Chapter 691. From He Lulan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the two chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lulan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, it only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of divert disaster. He Lulan used immortal goo divert disaster. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. It was a clear contrast to Fan Yuan's mortal killer move, icy drill stardust. He Lulan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. Two beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing two more chimes. Fan Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of divert disaster immortal goo, it is a combination of mortal goo. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of divert disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, this is an immortal killer move that He Lulan has already developed, using divert disaster immortal goo as the core. He Lulan was extremely talented. Not long after obtaining divert disaster goo, she had already developed an immortal killer move. This made Fan Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time, He Lulan opened her eyes again and destroyed two chimes. But this time, when she closed her eyes, two streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the divert disaster goo that she was holding had cracks on it. It was emitting a faint sound. This immortal killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete, it had a strong weakness. Two chimes left. He Lulan did not care about anything else, she gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final two chimes of the heavenly calamity. Guh. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment. Two streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, divert disaster immortal goo in her hand also exploded. The fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lulan was completely blinded. Although she had the great strength, true martial physique, and her recovery ability was astonishing, she was unable to withstand it. But his eyeball was injured. He forcefully used immortal goo divert disaster. Luck path down marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 divert disaster immortal goo was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute. She had the heart of an ambitious person. She paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now, only the earth tribulation was left. At this moment, Fan Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart. Decisive! When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up divert disaster immortal goo, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Bai Yinxing was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point, she entered the second stage, taking in chi. He Lulan focused on balancing the 3 chi. She recalled the small family chi goo. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack, crack, the glacier cracked, heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded. A huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow, its eyes were red like blood, its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fan Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 Gu immortals can face. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name. Icefall Divine Ape! Fan Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had immortal Gu on it, it would be even worse. It would be even more difficult to fight against it. He Lulan was focused on balancing the 3 qi. He Qing had not appeared. Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fist Qi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fan Yuan's main body from all directions. In the sky and on the ground, they formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense, and not having enough time, Fan Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self many times before coming to Northern Plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up, and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fan Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the 3 armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall Divine Ape like a tidal wave. Such power! Tai Bai Yunxing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self, back in Langya Blessed Land. He had seen it once when Fan Yuan was beating up the desolate beast Swamp Crab. But back then, Fan Yuan had only expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall Divine Ape became ferocious. It advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Fan Yuan's strength path phantom army moved like an extension of his body. Under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! Kill! The strength path phantoms roared. They were like ants as they attacked the Icefall Divine Ape. The Icefall Divine Ape charged left and right, destroying countless strength path phantoms, but it could not break through Fan Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his enslavement path master attainment, no wonder Little Lan values Fan Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. Strength path phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These strength path phantoms. The most ordinary ones had 2 arms, followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily. It fought fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the strength path phantoms. If they touched them, they would die. But when the fist qi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended. while the remaining portion would condense into strength path phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Fan Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Fan Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Fan Yuan had already used the light and water and mountain immortal goo close to 10 times. Strange, this icefall divine ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal goo. It does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Fan Yuan could see the icefall divine ape's weakness. It did not have an immortal goo or even a mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Fan Yuan's lips curled, a fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up pouncing. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back. Fan Yuan's speed rose sharply, he was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard. In a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance. Like a demon god descending, he arrived above the icefall divine ape's head. Come, group strength boost! Fan Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fan Yuan's myriad self system. Now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of strength path phantoms dissipated. Their strength was gathered on Fan Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fan Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the icefall divine ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the divine ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fan Yuan's forearm to explode. His bones broke into pieces. His flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the icefall divine ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The icefall divine ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunxing, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fan Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible, this is an ancient desolate beast. Myriad Self was perfected by him. He was the one who added group strength goo. He was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the icefall divine ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful! Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fan Yuan turned around. His pupils shrunk. Without Fan Yuan noticing, the icefall divine ape's fist had silently approached. Like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. Chapter 692. With a loud bang, Fan Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning, before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble! Ice shards splashed. The enormous force caused Fan Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fan Yuan was heavily injured, lying on the ice. Even with his immortal zombie body, he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack, green corpse blood flowed out, he was covered in wounds, his bones were broken, some were embedded in his flesh, some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms, only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fan Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fan Yuan using his own body. Cough, cough, cough. Fan Yuan kept coughing. His eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The icefall divine ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this icefall divine ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fan Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fan Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an icefall divine ape could do, because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fan Yuan tried to move his body, his immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice, his efforts were in vain. But Fan Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies use death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. He would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yinxing flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fan Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fan Yuan by Tai Bai Yinxing. They were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death chi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai Bai Yinxing, Fan Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fan Yuan grinned. Soon, he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the icefall divine ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and itself detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the icefall divine apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary. They were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs, there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi. The more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. For winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct. And right now, most of these Pegasi were 4 winged Pegasi. There were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fan Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fan Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yinxing flew rapidly towards Fan Yuan, and seeing this, he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fan Yuan was at a great disadvantage. Because the originally loose formation of the Strength Path Phantom Army was to deal with giant beasts like the Icefall Divine Ape. Now that it was the united Pegasi group, because their forces were scattered, the Pegasi group could easily cut through them. Even though the Strength Path Phantom Army cooperated well with each other and formed small battle formations, they still lost more than they won, suffering heavy casualties. The massacre continued, and there were no corpses. The Strength Path Phantom Army was formed from fist force, so it was fine. The key was that the Pegasi group did not have physical bodies. After killing them, they turned into nothingness. Don't tell me! Fan Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He racked his brains, searching for answers in his memories, and finally, a thought flashed in his mind, making him think of an indistinct possibility. This possibility made him turn back to look at He Lulan. He did not see He Lulan. He Lulan was wrapped in a huge 3-colored ball of air, and she was nowhere to be seen. As long as she digested this 3-colored ball of air, her potential after becoming an immortal would definitely be extremely deep, and her future would be bright. Fan Yuan turned back to face the Pegasi group. His eyes narrowed into slits, he smiled and waved his hand behind him. At the same time, he sent a message to stop Tai Bai Yinxing who was rushing over. Old Bai, retreat to the side, help me control the formation. Then, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. He actually charged all the way, charging into the chaotic battle between the Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army. Immediately, countless ancient Pegasi swarmed over, charging towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. He activated his hair armor, raising his arms to protect his head. After identifying his target, he suddenly shouted and pounced forward, forcefully pressing an injured 4-winged Pegasi from the sky to the ground. With a bang, the man and the Pegasi fell heavily to the ground, the ice surface shattered, and a deep pit was formed. Fan Yuan's body was covered in wounds, many of his bones were fractured, and his flesh was torn. His body that had just been repaired was shattered again. When he charged into the chaotic battle and pressed down a 4-winged Pegasi, he was attacked by countless Pegasi. These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. A large number of Pegasi gathered into a white stream, charging down from the sky. Their target was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used all his strength to suppress the struggling four-winged Pegasi below him. On the other hand, his will was surging like boiling water in his mind. It was being consumed intensely. In the sky, two strength path phantoms coordinated with each other, cutting the charging Pegasi group in half like a pair of giant scissors. At the same time, inside Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, a large number of strength path phantoms appeared and quickly spread, forming a circular formation above Fan Yuan's head. They disregarded the sacrifices and defended against the Pegasi group's attack. The four-winged Pegasi below Fan Yuan was not obedient, it neighed and struggled intensely. The immense strength was shocking. Even Fan Yuan, an 8-armed immortal zombie, a strength path Gu immortal, could not hold back. Time was pressing. There was no time to lose. Fan Yuan raised his fist and smashed down, immediately destroying the Pegasi's head. But the headless Pegasi continued to struggle, as if it was not affected at all. Fan Yuan punched with his 8 arms. Punches landed on the Pegasi's body. On the thick ice surface underground. It could not hold on. It shattered into pieces. Ordinary four-winged Pegasi were equivalent to beast emperors. They had rank 5 battle strength. But against Fan Yuan's ferocious might, even a powerful wild Gu would be smashed into meat paste. This strange four-winged Pegasi did not have any Gu worms on it. It dissipated after being smashed by Fan Yuan. No fur, bones, or blood was left behind. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan squinted his eyes. His eyes opened wide. Following the destruction of the four-winged Pegasi, a formless will entered his mind. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. At once, he half knelt on the broken ice surface, his movements paused like a statue. He ignored the attacks above him, as if he was in a nightmare. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yinxing saw this and was extremely worried. He flew over again. Come back, don't disturb him. To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fairy Li Shan suddenly transmitted. Tai Bai Yinxing squinted his eyes, replying angrily. It seems you know what this tribulation is. Fairy Li Shan! We are allies, we are here to protect He Lulan during her tribulation. You have been deceiving us all along. What are your intentions? This is not deceiving, don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have died long ago. This was only a guess, it has been verified now. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only concealed this crucial information, but that did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allies, they could not share every secret. Fan Yuan would not be able to do this. Tai Bai Yinxing's breathing paused, he flew as he questioned angrily. Then why are you still not telling me? What bullshit guess is this? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air, speaking quickly. Tai Bai Yinxing, you know the origin of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed a corner of northern plains, turning this place into nothingness. To make up for it, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, spitting out extreme frost's profound ice to freeze this place, forming a huge icy plain. Get to the point! Tai Bai Yinxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yinxing's emotions. She did not blame him, continuing to explain. As everyone knows, reckless savage demon Venerable is a strength path Gu Venerable, the ancestor of strength path. He also created transformation path. Any rank 9 Venerable is the child of the great Tao. They are the closest to the truth of heaven and earth. Not only does their words follow the law, their every action contains true meaning, even their gaze contains the profundities of nature. Even if they die, their trump card killer moves will be engraved in heaven and earth, forming a type of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yinxing could not help but think of formless hands. Yes, I knew this long ago. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix, spitting out profound ice to create our current icy plain. Don't forget, Ice Phoenix is a transformation path killer move. Thus, as the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path is engraved in this world. Among a few Gu immortals, there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in the icy plane, Tao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing's body shook. Then, doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall divine ape is only an illusion, the ancient Pegasus is also the same, they are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, the small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao, and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus, and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless savage demon venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time, she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Chapter 693. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing. The rumor of reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plane. But after so many years, Gu immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Bai Yinxing snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Luan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit. Tai Bai Yinxing's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Luan with a profound gaze. He Luan was wrapped in the 3 chi cocoons, everything was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal, she still wants to learn from reckless savage demon venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventurous style is very similar to Fang Yuan, they are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yinxing sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations, ahahaha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again. This time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow. My strength path attainment is only at quasi-grand master. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true Grand Master realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength Path realm was a Gu master's understanding of strength path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master, and quasi-grand master. Master level, great grand master level. Most Gu masters, in their entire lives, they were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court contest, the huge northern plains, heroes gathered. Only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Fan Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was Blood Path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous Blood Path Grandmaster. Thus, his battle strength was outstanding. He created many new Blood Path Gu. These new Gu even surpassed Blood Sea Ancestor in some aspects. He also created many Blood Path killer moves. Even though these were mortal killer moves, they were extremely powerful. Fan Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. It was a killer move created by squeezing out all of his potential, learning from nature and using wisdom Gu. It was a new starting point for the fusion of enslavement and strength path. But even with such a killer move, in terms of battle strength, he was not the match of the Blood Path peak in the 500 years of his previous life. Fan Yuan could suppress the immortal killer move Myriad Self just by using the combination of his Blood Path killer moves from his previous life. He even used his Grandmaster attainment level to create some remnant recipes of brand new Blood Path immortal Gu from scratch. Of course, the completion rate of these remnant recipes was very low. This was the world of Gu worms, and also the world of Gu masters. The nurture, use, and refinement of Gu worms, the main body was still the Gu master. Generation after generation of Gu masters innovated, and used their abundant creativity to research new Gu worms and create new paths. Only then could there be a splendid Gu path that encompassed all aspects, and was full of splendor. Only then could there be stars shining brightly, heroes appearing in large numbers, and the grand history of humanity. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. The sages of the past had created many pinnacles. Even if people looked up to them, it was a great achievement that the later generations could not surpass. But all in all, the overall strength of the 5 regions was constantly improving, becoming more profound, surpassing the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and so on. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine Gu. In the end, they are all the exploration and learning of nature, heaven and earth, and the great Tao. Be it a Xianxia world, a magical world, or a scientific world, they are all the same. They are all exploring and learning the whole of nature. It is just that according to the laws of the world, the methods of exploration are different. Only by constantly exploring could one learn. Only by learning could one accumulate. Only by accumulating could one transcend. And in this world, the step-by-step result of learning the great Tao of heaven and earth is the attainment level of each path. The great Tao is a wordless heavenly book. Gu masters explore and learn the world. They need to use Gu worms to probe around. They need to constantly summarize, comprehend, and need inspiration. They need sufficient experience. But right now, I have obtained the true meaning in fusion. It is like standing on the shoulders of a giant and looking at the world. It is to let reckless savage demon venerable translate the wordless heavenly book into words that I can understand, and then let me read it directly. This is such a wide shortcut, an extremely rare opportunity. It will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Fan Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey Lulan! You are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon venerable and obtain the true meaning in fusion while learning from nature. Humph, aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it, and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Fan Yuan shouted in his heart. With such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad Self! Myriad Self! Myriad Self! He continued to activate immortal killer moves for the first time, disregarding the cost. He activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal Gu used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers. This was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Fan Yuan's crazed activation. But Fan Yuan did not feel any heartache, as long as his core cleansed soul immortal goo was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip. He had a large number of substitute mortal goo. Come! Fan Yuan opened his chest, countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood, pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon, it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number. No. A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Fan Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Fan Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Fan Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Fan Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Fan Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood, one could not look straight at him. His strength path realm that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fan Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak. Fan Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again? Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the strength path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. After occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend from above. It was no longer like flying in the air, where there were openings to attack from above and below. Fan Yuan's killing efficiency fell sharply. After a long time, he finally commanded a large force to move a shield snake. Fan Yuan laughed maniacally, pouncing forward. The shield snake was covered in injuries, but before it could raise its head, it was attacked by Fan Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength of 45 group strength goo directly smashed the shield snake's head into pieces. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous one charged into Fan Yuan's mind. Half of the snake's body that had lost its head suddenly split into small snakes, forming a sinister and slippery snake sea in the blink of an eye. Fan Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao. His body could not move, he fell into the snake sea. The snake sea attacked crazily, quickly submerging his huge body. Fan Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. Earlier, when the true meaning infusion was used, Fan Yuan was like a Pegasus, from birth to death, from small to large. His 4 hooves galloped on the solid ground, his wings flapping as he soared in the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of the Pegasus, he sensed the usage of all kinds of strength, and the ingenuity of exerting strength. And now, he had turned into a snake. From the moment he broke out of the snake egg, he started to devour his prey like a glutton. He could feel the twisting of the snake's body, the strength of the snake's coiling body, the rhythm of the snake's muscles as it swallowed its prey, the movement of the snake's head as it attacked like lightning. Not only did his strength path attainment rise, his transformation path and even his flying master attainment rose. Chapter 694. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yinxing's shout could be heard from afar. Fan Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from the sea of snakes. There were snakes everywhere, from head to toe. Countless snakes coiled around his body, trying to kill him and gnawing at him. If not for Fan Yuan's hair armor's protection, he might have already been devoured by these snakes. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He was not shocked, but happy. He stretched out his 8 giant hands and clenched, instantly crushing dozens of snakes. Dozens of true meanings assaulted his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment before recovering. As he gradually adapted and his attainment level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the true meanings also became faster. In a state of intoxication, he even removed his hair armor and opened his mouth, inhaling deeply. Immediately, countless snakes slid into his mouth. He opened his mouth and chewed, his sharp teeth crushing the snake's body, then he swallowed. The snake's body parts vanished into nothingness as soon as they entered his mouth. Waves of true meaning unceasingly filled his mind. Strength path true meaning and transformation path true meaning were rising bit by bit. At the same time, these advancements also gave Fan Yuan a deeper understanding of other domains, as if he had a deeper understanding of them. For example, flying attainment. After Fan Yuan killed the 3rd shield snake, his strength path attainment finally broke through from quasi-Grandmaster realm to Grandmaster realm. Strength path Grandmaster. That was to say, as long as Fan Yuan was given some time, he could reach his previous life's blood path attainment. Because his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and inspirations. His understanding of strength path had risen to a whole new level. He could create many brand new strength path goo worms. He could create many mortal killer moves related to strength path. But Fan Yuan was still not satisfied. The slaughter continued. The earthly calamity could not transform into Icefall Divine Ape, Ancient Pegasus, or Shield Snake group. Finally, it transformed again, into a group of rockmen. Fan Yuan commanded the army to kill the rockmen, crush their skulls, devour their bodies, and experience the power of honesty. The earthly calamity turned into a swarm of bees. Fan Yuan continued to self-destruct his strength path phantoms to experience the power of craftiness. The earthly calamity then turned into a rhinoceros. Fan Yuan killed it, and comprehended the power of collision. His strength path realm slowly rose. After stabilizing the Grandmaster level, he was sprinting toward becoming a quasi-Grandmaster. Right at this moment, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, tore through the sky and descended. I finally found you! It really is the ice plains! The rainbow dissipated, revealing He Qing and Shuesongzi. The enemy had finally arrived. So many strength path phantoms, what's going on? Shuesongzi's pupils first shrunk, then immediately emitted a scorching light. This was actually... It seemed like the rumors were true. Transcending tribulation in the northern ice plains might really attract reckless savage demon venerable's true intent. He Qing scanned the battlefield with his spectral eyes. Then, it stopped on the 3-colored cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had yet to completely absorb the 3 qis. Her human qi was simply too high. He Lulan, you have nowhere to run this time, why don't you obediently submit? He Qing laughed heartily, opening his right hand and revealing an immortal goo. This immortal goo shone with eerie blue light. It was a rank 6-time path immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura surged, causing the 2-time path immortal goo in Tai Bai Yinxing's body to vibrate at the same time. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, Immovable blink? This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo immovable blink. It could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fan Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Qing saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, To think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which Gu immortal would not covet the Yin-Yang life extension method in my possession? At the end, He Qing chuckled. His laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression. Her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. He Qing, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of little lands, because the one stopping you is me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself. She erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal. At the same time, the ice surface shook and shattered, countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow, the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Luan was still mediating the 3 qi, floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. He Qing, you need to be careful. Third leader cultivates both earth and wood. She set up this battlefield in advance. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan. Shuesongzi immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others. There were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Qing had a calm expression. His gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Luan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and a rank 7 Gu immortal. He Qing muttered. He snorted coldly and said to Shuesongzi, Go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, I will capture He Luan. His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7, there was still a gap between her and He Qing. Okay. Throwing the hardest bone to He Qing, Shuesongzi immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person. He knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon Venerable's true meaning. Even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he wanted a share. Gu immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path. Who would complain about their own attainment level being too high? You are courting death! Fan Yuan saw Shuesongzi charging towards him. He shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Shuesongzi snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fan Yuan fought with He Qing, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus, he did not expose his true battle strength. He Qing and Shuesongzi analyzed and felt that Fan Yuan's 2 movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fan Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed. Secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common. Thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals. And fourthly, Fan Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Shuesongzi subconsciously underestimated Fan Yuan's threat. Shuesongzi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above Fan Yuan's head. I will let you have a taste of my power! He shouted as he pushed with both hands, using killer moves. Wind and snow swing. Iceberg drill. Snow sparrow crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Shuesongzi's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds. They were like fish in water in the wind and snow. They were full of spirituality. There were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains. 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles. They crashed towards Fan Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fan Yuan and crush him. Fan Yuan sneered, he waved his hand, the myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely, their battle cries shook the sky, everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Shui Songzi's expression changed. Only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Shui Songzi shouted angrily. His hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant, the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Everlasting Pine Tree, Ice Hair Dragon Flow. Shui Songzi shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately, the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing, from small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer, dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Shui Songzi at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move! Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shui Songzi's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear, he retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came, he was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Qing and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Qing activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit, 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard, there was a dense forest, pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew, suddenly, hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards He Qing. He Qing's body shook, black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move, called Night Veil. In the Night Veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest. Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the night veil. Both sides fought, the light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Qing soon gained the upper hand. Chapter 695. Found her! He Qing's eyes suddenly shined, he laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move, he found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit, 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted, countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, "Earth Flower Consecutive Vault!" The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Qing snorted, his gaze shined, the swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower, its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Qing's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Qing knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time, thus he focused his attention on the remaining 2. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale, she shouted, "Heavenly flowers darken!" The sky was filled with pear blossoms, they were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow, sparks were produced, and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. Hei Qing snorted. He knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His immortal goo dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with dark arrow immortal goo as the core. He had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the dark arrow. Hei Qing stared, activating a set of mortal goo in his immortal aperture. The two arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in midair. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the dark arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In Hei Qing's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side. "You have been tricked, Hei Qing. The trees and flowers shed tears." A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. "Hei Qing, you will definitely lose today." Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of Hei Qing's strength was due to dark arrow immortal goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had one mountain pledge goo. She could not defend against it directly. She could only think about it, and use 3 mortal killer moves to temporarily imprison the dark arrow. With the dark arrow blocked, Hei Qing lost his strongest defensive method. "Is that so? You really think this is all I can do?" Hei Qing stood in the night sky, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's gaze, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm, revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface of the pearl, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast that was sleeping soundly. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes widened, showing a look of shock and fear. "This is Dark Prison?" Hei Qing nodded. "That's right, this is my Hei tribe's rank 6 immortal goo house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain, but there was pride in it. Hei Qing was not Hei tribe's first supreme elder, but to ensure this trip, he had already borrowed this item from Hei tribe's first supreme elder without caring about the price. "This is bad." Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast pen. Inside it was the ancient desolate beast Sharp Tusk Boar. If it was released now, Fairy Li Shan's side would be doomed. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Vault, Dim Heavenly Flower, or Tree Flower Weeping, they were all mortal killer moves. To deal with Hei Qing's dark arrow immortal goo, Fairy Li Shan had racked her brains, using 3 killer moves to barely seal the dark arrow. But because of this, she was mentally exhausted and had a splitting headache. Even though she occupied the Pear Orchard battlefield, she was already at a disadvantage against Hei Qing's dark veil. She could only hold on, hoping that Hei Lulan would succeed her tribulation and come to reinforce her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying Pear Orchard was as easy as destroying a vegetable garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 tricks attached to Pear Orchard would have their power greatly reduced, and the dark arrow would be able to break free. "This way, all my previous efforts will be in vain!" Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth. Right at this time, she heard Tai Bai Yinxing's warning, "Be careful." Be careful of what? Fairy Li Shan turned around and saw a dark arrow shooting towards her silently. It was less than a foot away from her. "How can this be?" I set up the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing through her skull and coming out from the back of her head. Little ant! He Lulan shouted. She had finally digested the 3 qi and regained her mobility. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the pitiful scene of her family member, who had always taken care of her, being pierced through by a dark arrow. It's over. He Qing stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows, the moment the 2 arrows merged together. He Qing had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves to coordinate with the dark arrow. Fairy Li Shan's defenses quietly crumbled. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. All her injuries were gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. He was not angry at Tai Bai Yunxing for destroying his battle results. It was because Xue Songzi did not use his full strength. They had agreed that he would be in charge of killing Fairy Li Shan, while Xue Songzi would be in charge of killing Tai Bai Yunxing and immortal zombie Fang Yuan. But the result? Tai Bai Yunxing could actually interfere in his battle. Xue Songzi. He Qing gritted his teeth. He looked at the other battlefield in the distance. Next, He Qing saw that Xue Songzi's robe was in tatters. He was fleeing with a panicked expression. His long hair was now shaved short. He almost went bald. His face was covered with bruises. It was swollen, his whole body was covered in blood, one of his arms was hanging down, it was clearly fractured. He Cheng's pupils shrunk. Xue Songzi naturally had healing Gu. To Gu immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the crucial thing was, the enemy's attacks did not even give Xue Songzi time to heal his fracture. How strong was he? As if to answer his question, the 200,000 strength Path Phantom Army. Battle cries shook heaven and earth. It was a huge field, even thicker than the tribulation clouds in the sky. They chased after Xue Songzi alone. This was too much of a bully. Thus, this rank 7 Gu immortal He Qing frowned deeply. What's going on? Why haven't these strength path phantoms been exterminated, and there are even more of them? Next, he saw that the strength path phantom army split into half and charged towards him. He Qing snorted coldly, he willed and activated several sets of mortal killer moves. Thousand Demon Rampage, Dark Fire, Black Wind Break, Kill! The myriad self-army charged forward. After a few breaths of time, the demons screamed in pain, the dark fire ignored them, and the black wind whimpered. He Qing, who had been calm and composed, had a change of expression. This power is an immortal killer move! This unremarkable immortal zombie is actually the strongest? The myriad self-army surged forward, charging into He Cheng's dark battlefield without any politeness. The dark battlefield that occupied one side of the sky was quickly scattered. It was like a beggar's clothes were hanging in the sky, ragged. He Cheng's eyelids twitched, he could only retreat. He was handsome and elegant, even when retreating, he still looked outstanding. His hands moved like butterflies, unleashing mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the myriad self-army's advance. It was like a torrential flood. No matter how outstanding the mortal killer move was, it was like a fragile reef in front of this flood, or a lowly fish. They were swept away and devoured. He Qing squinted, his expression turning dark. He finally understood Xue Songzi's feelings. Facing the myriad self-army, he was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous Northern Plains expert, but he actually felt a sense of helplessness and powerlessness. The army had already formed an overwhelming momentum, it was simply unstoppable. This immortal killer move, even if I use dark prison and release sharp-tusked boars, I might not be its match. He Qing was forced to retreat by the army. In this situation, if He Qing wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to use a dark arrow to kill Fang Yuan's main body. But 2 of the dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could not do anything to Fan Yuan, who had worldly wave trace immortal goo. This lunatic, how much immortal essence did he use? He Qing cursed in his heart, his gaze fixed on Fan Yuan, who was on the ground. Fan Yuan absorbed another demon venerable's will. He sensed He Qing's dangerous gaze. He turned around and smiled at He Qing in disdain. At the same time, an army on the ground charged towards He Qing. This guy! He Qing finally showed a trace of nervousness on his face. Being attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge and retreat in the air. He used countless mortal killer moves, but they only managed to slow down the army slightly. Thus, the battle became 2 Gu immortals were being chased by Fan Yuan alone. Junior brother, good job! Tai Bai Yunshin clenched his fists in excitement. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown. Her expression froze as she saw this. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the other side, Fan Yuan's main body had finally gotten rid of the earthly calamity. He obtained all of the true meaning infusion, but his strength path attainment level was still Grand Master. He had not broken through to the next level. But his transformation path attainment level had risen instead. He had reached transformation master level. Furthermore, his flying attainment had also risen greatly. He broke through master level and became quasi-Grand Master. But Fan Yuan was still not satisfied. He shouted at He Lulan. Quick, don't you have small family Qi Gu? Release all of the earth Qi you collected. You might be able to attract even more earthly calamities. Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan immediately rolled her eyes. The infusion of 3 Qi had elevated her life essence. She had transcended mortality and become a Gu immortal. Her body had been purified completely, thus the injuries to her eye sockets had completely healed. I still need to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat first. He Lulan rejected Fan Yuan's suggestion, shouting. Fan Yuan licked his lips. He had not had enough, but he could not do anything about it since she did not agree. Everyone gathered together and entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield reluctantly, before activating fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths of time later, he vanished, returning to Snowy Mountain blessed land. We are letting them leave just like that? Xue Songzi also gathered with He Qing. He Qing raised his brows, saying coldly, Even if I have instant movement, can you break through the defense of this strength path phantom army? Chapter 696. Snowy Mountain's third peak, in a quiet room. The weather outside the window was perfect, the sky was clear and the air was cool. The white snow on the mountain combined with the vast blue sky formed a tranquil and distant scene. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea gradually spread. Fan Yuan was half lying down, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. Small streams of corpse blood flowed down from the wounds on his body, forming a puddle on the ground. But he did not care, he did not feel any pain at all. He had been resting with his eyes closed for almost 15 minutes. Other than him, there were 3 other people in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yinxing stood beside Fan Yuan. His hands were moving rapidly as black lines shot out, healing Fan Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan sat at her usual spot by the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, but most of her attention was on He Lulan, who was beside her. He Lulan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her expression solemn like a jade statue. Immortal Ascension had 3 steps: shattering aperture, taking in Qi, and releasing Gu. She had completed the first 2 steps in the icy plain. After returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she proceeded to the 3rd step. With her foundation, it was certain that her immortal aperture would explode. Right now, she was probably refining immortal Gu in the newly formed immortal aperture, resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in the immortal aperture. It seemed that she wanted to complete this step, and did not want outsiders to help her. But if things went wrong, He Lulan would immediately ask for help. At that time, Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunxing would quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When the new tea boiled, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air. She slowly opened her eyes. This action immediately attracted the other three's gazes. Fairy Li Shan immediately stopped, not caring about the teapot. She asked in concern, "You succeeded?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red, her face was filled with excitement and gratification, she choked with sobs. "Shaolan, you have the great strength true martial physique, now it has become the extreme immortal physique, you have a top-grade blessed land. His potential was extraordinary. This is really like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. If my sister knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy." Ordinary Gu Masters ascending to immortal. There were 3 grades of blessed lands. The 10 extreme physiques risked a great deal of danger in ascending to immortality, so naturally, there would be greater benefits. Once they succeeded in their immortal ascension, their blessed lands would all be top-grade blessed lands. The top-grade blessed lands had 7 to 9 million areas. Drawing upon a large-scale tributary of the River of Time. With over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence, he could use the remaining heaven and earth chi in his immortal aperture to raise his vital gu and core gu to immortal gu. As for the special grade blessed land, it was even more vast. It had an area of more than 10 million mu, and it could draw upon a huge tributary of the River of Time. The amount of green grape immortal essence required was more than 50 beads. If there were no accidents, he would obtain at least 2 immortal gu. He Lulan had a calm expression. "Even though I became a gu immortal, I did not kill that old scoundrel." In a calm tone. It contained a bone-deep hatred. "He Lulan, forgive me for speaking bluntly. If we want to kill He Qing, with the 4 of us working together, even if we deal with him alone, the chances are slim." Tai Bai Yinshin coughed, and said, "That's right, defeating a gu immortal is easy, but killing one is difficult." Fan Yuan also sat up, sighing deeply. His injuries had basically healed. Last time, when he fought with Western Desert gu immortal Plump Lady, he had the upper hand, but Plump Lady ran away. This time, when he fought with He Qing and Shui Songzi, even though he had the upper hand, he could not trap the gu immortals, they had to retreat safely. Myriad Self might be strong, but if the enemy did not fight you head-on, there was nothing you could do. Gu immortals were astute people, they knew the logic of avoiding the enemy's attacks. In fact, Fan Yuan's battle with He Qing could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fan Yuan had the upper hand, but he could not maintain it for long. After a long time, the strength path phantoms would dissipate on their own, and it would be He Qing's turn to counterattack. Immortal killer moves could indeed create a huge advantage, but they could not turn into an absolute victory against He Qing. Thus, when He Luan asked to retreat, Fan Yuan did not object. He knew when to stop, he activated fixed immortal travel and brought them back here. He Luan looked at Fan Yuan, smiling. "This time, I was able to resist the enemy and pass the tribulation. It was all thanks to Fan Yuan's strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other." Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This time, he helped He Lulan. Next time, Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Due to the alliance agreement, they had to help Fan Yuan. Both sides were mutually beneficial. According to the agreement, this is the recipe of small family Qi Gu. Also, you only need to return half of the 30 Immortal Yuan stones that I lent you, Fairy Li Shan said. She now knew some of Fan Yuan's nature. Only genuine benefits suited Fan Yuan's taste. Fan Yuan received the small family Qi Gu's recipe on the spot. He pretended to sigh. "In this battle, although I won, I lost. I spent over 60 green grape immortal essence beads. As for the 15 immortal yuan stones I owe you, I'm afraid I will need some time to return them." Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lulan's immortal ascension. She immediately said, no rush, Fan Yuan. When you have enough money, you can return them to me. I will not charge you any interest. Also, didn't you want us to inquire about the wisdom path inheritance on your behalf? Don't tell me you have some clues?" Fan Yuan was inwardly joyful. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, "There is a clue. You also know that several months ago, the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Dong Fang Naganori, passed away, he left behind a complete wisdom path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Yuliang was only a mortal, he could not protect the Gu immortal inheritance, especially when it is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the information, this wisdom path inheritance was set up by Dongfang Naganori in a secret location. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu immortals do not know the exact location. Only Dongfang Naganori has a crucial clue. Before Dongfang Naganori died, he had made an agreement with the Huangjin tribes and super forces not to attack each other. But he did not make an agreement with the demonic path Gu immortals. His influence was not at the level where he could devour both sides. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous eyes of many demonic path Gu immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu immortals had thoughts of it. Thus, Dongfang Naganori set up these methods to completely conceal his wisdom path inheritance, leaving it to his acknowledged successor, Dongfa Yuliang. Fan Yuan could not help but think, although I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, I can only use it crudely. I cannot display the essence of wisdom path. Although wisdom path Gu worms were sold in jewel yellow skies, they had never sold a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain, but wisdom path inheritances are hard to come by. If I can obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I can deduce even more things with fewer wills and thoughts. When Dongfang Naganori was alive, he was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His inheritance naturally moved Fan Yuan. But in front of Fan Yuan was the colossal superforce, Dongfang tribe. Although Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Naganori, they still had several Gu immortals to maintain the situation. In contrast, Fan Yuan had just fought He Qing, he had expended most of his green grape immortal essence. He could not display the might of the myriad self-army again. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already secretly gathered together to scheme for Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori was alive, Northern Plains' righteous and demonic paths suffered losses from him. Many fell into his schemes and fell into his hands. It is said that his successor, Dongfang Yuliang, has greater talent than Dongfang Naganori. Most Northern Plains Gu immortals do not want a second Dongfang Naganori to appear. Fairy Li Shan continued. A few days ago, some demonic path Gu immortals found me, hoping to use my mountain pledge Gu to form a temporary alliance for the wisdom path inheritance. But I have already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fan Yuan, if you need it, I can help you to join this alliance. They have more detailed information. It will be of great help to you in the fight for the inheritance. Fan Yuan heard this and did not refuse, but also did not immediately agree. Let me think about it first. This matter is not urgent. He Lulan said. Right now, the biggest matter in Northern Plains is that Qin Baixing has captured Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He has grasped the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already attracted most of the Northern Plains' righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. Even those rank 8 old monsters are rumored to be coming out of seclusion. He Lulan revealed a mocking expression. Qin Baixing is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators. His wood path battle strength is strong, even slightly stronger than that old scoundrel He Qing. But this luck path true inheritance is too troublesome. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals want to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals are running around everywhere, trying to make connections. With Qin Baixing's strength alone, even if he occupies the blessed land, he will not be able to resist them. His days will not be easy. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, You and I are lucky survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are insiders. They are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in Northern Plains in the future. Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Formless hands brought many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains. The whole of Northern Plains Gu Master World was in chaos. There was unrest. Battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal Gu that were left in the wild were captured. The situation calmed down. But now, news of Qin Baixing capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Lianyun had spread. Northern Plains' current situation was surging. It revolved around Qin Baixing and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fan Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fan Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fan Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Chapter 697. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The Blessed Land was huge. It was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area. The higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains. Countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded. When the eagles flew, there were millions of them, covering the sky. It was a magnificent sight. At the top of the blessed land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He Tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table. They had different expressions. First supreme elder had a solemn expression. Second supreme elder was resting with his eyes closed. Third supreme elder was frowning in deep thought. Fourth supreme elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. My lord third supreme elder, how long do you want to consider? Fourth supreme elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third supreme elder chattered on. He was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first supreme elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second supreme elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third supreme elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He Tribe's second supreme elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh, so He Qing is back." He Qing entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 supreme elders one by one. These 4 grand elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar. How could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if He Qing had higher battle strength, when he saw these 4 supreme elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior. Grand Elder, this is the Black Dungeon. He Qing bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison. It seems that this operation went smoothly?" During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Qing casually. He Qing smiled. Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family. Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. He Tribe's entire tribe perished in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He Tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He Tribe. Humph. Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second Supreme Elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time, I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years, there shouldn't be any accidents. He Qing smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Qing wanted to deal with his own daughter He Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the First Supreme Elder, he could not say this directly. Thus he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, To ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed dark prison. 5 years? Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now, Northern Plains is in chaos. Truyang building has collapsed and the culprit has not been found. Wild and mortal goo are popping up one after another, all sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Baixing, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8 old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyang building has collapsed. Imperial Court Blessed Land is also gone. That means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huangjin tribes and super forces will do. He Cheng understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hua tribe, and Zhua tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right, this time, He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Qing, go to the other Blessed Lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen. Send them to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Qing replied. All right, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Qing. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters. Why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered. He was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time, he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant, the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He laughed loudly and pushed his card down. Haha, I won. Ah. Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards, I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third Elder, Then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each, it would be fine. All right, stop arguing, quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a goo recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed an East Window goo on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the East Window goo. All right, let's move on to the next round. Good rules, you cannot use any goo worms to cheat. Give your wager first. I have 2 immortal yuan stone here. Ancient goo recipe, crescent moon goo. 20 gray heart stones. A dragon eye fish group with a mermaid emperor. Swish, swish, swish. 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. He Qing stood at the side silently. He was already used to the gambling of these 4 Supreme Elders. This game they were playing was called 4 Sparrow Battle Method. It was invented by a mortal genius in He tribe in the early years. It was mainly to suck up to First Supreme Elder. Since the First Supreme Elder obtained it, he and the other 3 Supreme Elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. He Qing was in charge of almost all of He tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. He Qing said. Go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly, the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle. They had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves in displeasure. So noisy. First Supreme Elder had a benevolent smile. He waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. He Qing left Iron Eagle Blessed Land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes he saw Shui Songzi. Shui Songzi had rested. He was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing He Qing, he sighed. Things have become troublesome. I just received information. Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel immortal goo? He Qing said. You want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate? You already know? When? Shui Songzi's tone was slightly unhappy. He Qing snorted coldly. Not long ago. Earlier, Dong Fan Naganori deduced that the case of 88-point Jinyang Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside He Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Shui Songzi squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu immortals were usually selfish. They were not as united as the Righteous Path. He Cheng's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a He tribe Gu immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many Righteous Path Gu immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. He Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even using dark prison, he had used other excuses. Humph, I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. He Qing, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness. I want 500 immortal yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yinyang life extension method as well. Shui Songzi broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with He Qing to begin with, and now that he realized that Fan Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. He Qing's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Shui Songzi and said slowly, You are clear of my situation. If you force me into a corner, I will have a life and death struggle. You won't get anything. You. Aren't you afraid? Humph, I can't capture He Lulan. I can't absorb her lifespan. I am about to die. Why would I care about my reputation? Shui Songzi was shaking from anger at He Qing's shameless behavior. His eyes were bloodshot. To think that the great Lord He Qing would have such an attitude. He Qing shrugged indifferently. Hee, think whatever you want. Shui Songzi, you are too naive. Do you think you can extricate yourself now that things have come to this? He Lulan is extremely vengeful. She also has Fairy Li Shan's support. Do you think Snowy Mountain will value you, the 7th Peak's leader, or the 3rd leader? There is another piece of information I need to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting restless. The 10 great ancient sects have formed an alliance to invade Northern Plains. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains is in chaos. I think with Fairy Li Shan's methods, she can borrow the power of Central Continent's Gu immortals to kill her. It will not violate Snowy Mountain's oath, right? Chapter 698. He Qing, you are actually threatening me. If you anger me, I will make you do all these dirty things in broad daylight. Shui Songzi shouted furiously. He Qing sneered. Then do it quickly. I will tell you the truth, Su Xian Er is a pawn of your Snowy Mountain. Decades ago, she purposely arranged a trap for me to get close to me and enter He tribe's higher-ups. The so-called Su Xian night elopement was just a scheme. Not long after, Su tribe was exterminated. Do you think it was done by my He tribe? Humph. It was your Snowy Mountain who cleaned up the mess for Su Xian Er. What? Why do I not know about this? Hearing this shocking news, Shui Songzi was in disbelief. What do you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. Snowy Mountain's higher-ups will always only have 3 leaders. I know you do not believe me, but I have concrete evidence. He Qing took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Shui Songzi. Shui Songzi received the East Window Gu and used his divine sense to inspect it. After a while, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He Qing looked up at the sky and sighed, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. Back then, although I was a publicly recognized Gu immortal seed, I was young and ignorant, falling into a scheme. Su Xian night elopement, Su Xian night elopement, It was only a meticulously planned scheme by the righteous and demonic paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xian'er and had Lu Lan. I thought my days would continue to be blissful. But one day, a Gu immortal suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me concrete evidence. What you've seen is only a portion of the evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Shui Songzi mumbled. With this evidence, everything was turned upside down. Even if He Qing used the yin-yang life extension method, he schemed against his beloved wife, but this was a matter of opposing righteous and demonic paths. He Qing's righteous action was justified. There would be no criticism. Instead, everyone would praise him. You tricked me! You tricked me! Shui Songzi pointed at He Qing, extremely furious. He originally thought that he had always been in the active position and had something to use against He Qing. He didn't expect that he would be framed by He Qing instead. Shui Songzi followed behind He Qing in a daze, hunting He Lulan, then fighting with Fairy Li Shan and the rest, causing him to be in a worrying situation. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and the power of the ancient sects of Zhongzhou State had become a shadow in Shui Songzi's heart that could not be dispelled. He Qing collected his emotions, turning his gaze back to Shui Songzi. And now, I've got new evidence. Do you still remember how He Lulan addressed Fairy Li Shan when she was undergoing her tribulation? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian'er were very likely related by blood. I have Su Xian'er's blood and He Lulan's blood in my hands. When he confronted the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Another solid piece of evidence. Shui Songzi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. What a good black castle, it is indeed extraordinary. I have only extorted a few dozen immortal yuan stones from you, but I was already dragged down by you and jumped into the pit. That's right, I have to admit, even if you attacked He Lulan and tried all ways to capture her. You can also push the blame of being a father disciplining his children. I hope that she will realize her mistake and turn back. As long as you do not use yin-yang life extension method on He Lulan, I will not have any evidence against you. But your scheme ends here. You are alone, the other party is working together with Central Continent forces. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme immortal, it will be even harder for you to capture her. He Qing fell into silence. The more Shui Songzi spoke, the quicker his thoughts became. My situation is worrying. But your days will not be good either. You harmed Su Xian'er. He Lulan's desire for revenge is deep in her bones. Central Continent forces might also find trouble with you. So, the two of you are already tied together. Only by cooperating with us will you have a chance of victory. A female voice suddenly interrupted Shui Songzi and He Qing's conversation. Who is it? Shui Songzi was shocked. A graceful figure gradually appeared. This was a female Gu immortal. She wore a purple robe and had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Shui Songzi was not ignorant, he was stunned for a moment before reacting. So it is Fairy Jiangyu. He then turned his gaze towards He Qing. Northern Plains Gu immortals all knew that Fairy Jiangyu was He Qing's 27th concubine. She was also a dark path Gu immortal. She had immortal Gu dark limit. It could conceal spiritual opportunity and interfere with deductions. The reason why He Lulan could last for so long without self-detonating due to the great strength true martial physique was because Fairy Jiangyu had used dark limit immortal Gu to conceal and seal the aura of the 10 extreme physiques for He Lulan, preventing heaven and earth from sensing it. But when He Qing saw Fairy Jiangyu, his attitude was extremely cold. He snorted. You came after all. Many years ago, when I brought evidence of Su Xian's night elopement to you for the first time, I said one thing: when you need me to appear, I will appear. A mysterious smile appeared on Fairy Jiangyu's face. How about it? I said it before, you cannot capture He Lulan by yourself, it will only cause more trouble. You can only have hope by cooperating with us. Shui Songzi looked at He Qing, then at Jiangyu, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. He Qing and Jianyu's attitude made him inwardly shocked. Fairy Jianyu's identity was not simple, she seemed to be the representative of a mysterious force. The reason why He Qing could see through Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jianyu's reminder. He Qing lowered his gaze. Fairy Jianyu was able to get so close to him without being discovered. This made He Qing's wariness towards Jianyu increase by another level. Although Fairy Jianyu was a lone cultivator of northern plains on the surface, and He Qing's beloved concubine, she was actually shrouded in mystery. He Qing fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Fan Yuan's myriad self-army. In fact, he felt some disdain towards it. Even though he did not have methods to fight against the myriad self-army, Gu immortals fought in all aspects. Just from the fact that the myriad self-army could not catch up to He Qing, the myriad self-army did not pose much of a threat to He Qing. In the previous battle, if not for He Lolan's side taking the initiative to retreat, when the strength path phantoms dissipated, He Qing would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand and even won the battle. Even Xue Songzi, after being chased around by the myriad self-army, he was not worried about fighting with Fan Yuan again. The reason was, myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan had invested too much immortal essence into it. But it could not truly kill the enemy. As long as Xue Songzi used a mortal killer move, he would be able to hold on. After expending it several times, as an immortal zombie, how much immortal essence could Fan Yuan have left? Once he loses, it would be time for Xue Songzi to show his might and take care of Fan Yuan. He Qing was wary of Fan Yuan's background Crane Gate, a central continent Gu immortal. He had not expected that the investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a huge force. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Dongfang Naganori had already deduced that it was a central continent Gu immortal who was behind this. Central continent Gu immortals could even destroy giant sun immortals' arrangements. Not to mention dealing with a mere He Qing. Like He Qing, Xue Songzi also had the same worries. They were all frightened by Fan Yuan's background. If they knew that Crane Gate was trying to deal with Fan Yuan by all means, they would not be so nervous. Now it seems that I can only succeed by cooperating with you. But before that, as a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you tell me which force you represent? He Qing thought about it and asked Fairy Jianyu. Fairy Jianyu was silent for a while. She knew that He Qing was a difficult person to deal with. If she lied or refused, the other party might just leave in a huff. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. There is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread across the 5 regions. It is called Shadow Sect. He Qing and Xue Songzi looked at each other. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 28 green grape immortal essence beads, half an immortal yuan stone. Fan Yuan inspected the wealth in his hands. After the Battle of He Lu Land's tribulation, the capital that Fan Yuan had painstakingly built up was immediately reduced to its original state. Before the battle, Fan Yuan had 91 green grape immortal essence beads, but Myriad Self-Killer move had been activated close to 50 times, forming an army of 500,000 Strength Path Phantoms. During the intense battle, Fan Yuan had activated Delight in Mountain Immortal Gu, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu and others, expending over 10 green grape immortal essence beads. Thus, he had less than 30 green grape immortal essence beads left. Not only that, I still owe Fairy Li Shan 15 immortal yuan stones and Land Spirit of Langya 15 immortal yuan stones. I will drag on Fairy Li Shan's debt for as long as possible. I need to return the immortal yuan stones I owe Land Spirit of Langya as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the higher the interest. The relationship between Fan Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya was only ordinary. When Land Spirit of Langya lent Fan Yuan immortal yuan stones, although she did not ask for an exorbitant price, she still charged 10% interest according to convention. That is to say, Fan Yuan had to return at least 16.5 immortal yuan stones to Land Spirit of Langya. If it was more than a month, she would have to add another 1.5. 2 months would mean 3 immortal yuan stones. And so on. Even if it was less than a month, she would still have to pay a half immortal yuan stone. This was the so-called minimum interest. If there were no benefits to speak of, why would others lend it to others for no reason? Originally, Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had an agreement in the alliance agreement. If one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fan Yuan fought He Qing. But this time, Fan Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grand Master level. His transformation path attainment rose from nothing to Master level. His flying attainment rose to Quasi-Grand Master level. There was also the small family Qi Gu and the 15 immortal Yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fan Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Li Shan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the demon Venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fan Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the demon Venerable's true meaning, Fan Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fan Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. Chapter 699. The underground cave was filled with the colorful light of wisdom. Short mushroom forests were growing everywhere. Wisdom Gu was lying on the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fan Yuan sat not far away, using the light of wisdom to deduce. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. The second immortal Gu recipe is completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much to begin with, only over 20 beads. Now that he had deduced two 80% remnant recipes, he only had 11 beads left. The third immortal Gu recipe is 86% complete. 11 beads of green grape immortal essence should be enough. Fan Yuan looked at the delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu in his mind. It was shining brightly. There was nothing strange. Many days had passed since He Lulan underwent tribulation. Because it was used frequently during the intense battle, cleansed soul immortal Gu was already weak from hunger. Delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu had also been used many times, but it was in good condition and did not complain of hunger. Fan Yuan felt it was strange at first, but after asking Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture, he understood the reason. It turned out that Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished from time to time. Mo Yao did not have fake will Gu. He used many Gu worms to transform delight in mountain and forest into fake will. Thus, during the feeding process, he first paid attention to delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu. Delight in mountain and forest was fed by Mo Yao's fake will. It was not like Fan Yuan had guessed earlier. Thus, even though Fan Yuan had been using delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu frequently, there was still some time before he could feed delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu again. This was clearly a good thing. After all, if an immortal Gu was hungry, it would cause the immortal Gu to die. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already complaining of hunger. As a result, the risk of Fan Yuan using myriad self-killer move had increased greatly. Maybe once he used this immortal killer move, cleansed soul immortal Gu would not be able to hold on and be destroyed. Deducing immortal Gu recipes was Fan Yuan's main method of making a living. If delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu went on strike, Fan Yuan would no doubt fall into a predicament again. Fan Yuan activated delight in mountain and water immortal Gu again, deducing the third immortal Gu remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the infusion of the demon Venerable's true meaning. It was a great help in deducing immortal Gu remnant recipes. This was because the true meaning imbuement absorbed the reckless savage demon sovereign's understanding of cultivation, directly increasing Fan Yuan's foundation and raising Fan Yuan's cultivation realm. As for deducing Gu recipes, it was based on one's own foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the efficiency of calculation. Although it mainly focused on refinement path. But there were many factors to consider, including strength path, transformation path, etc. 2 days later, Fan Yuan finished deducing and obtained 3 complete immortal Gu recipes. He brought these immortal Gu recipes with him. They arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He had completed the handover with the land's spirit of Langya. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also earned a net profit of 11 pieces of fairy yuan stone after deducting the loss of green grape immortal core. Everything was back on track. 8 days later, Fan Yuan handed the 3 complete immortal goo recipes to the land spirit of Langia, completing the 5th transaction. At this point, he had 36 pieces of fairy yuan stone, and 27 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did Fan Yuan relax slightly. After the battle with He Qing, he almost went into a deficit, and his economy collapsed. According to the economic terms on Earth, he almost caused a rupture in his cash flow. Although the power of the immortal killer move myriad self is extraordinary, it consumes at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence every time it is used. The more I use it, the greater the consumption. I need to use it cautiously in the future, otherwise I will become poorer the more I fight, and even if I win, I will still lose. Fan Yuan warned himself inwardly. When goo immortals cultivate, they need to consider all aspects, not just victory in battle. Just like the example of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xiang Yu and lost every battle, while Xiang Yu won every battle. But Liu Bang took care of the economy and had a stable base. Thus, even though he lost every battle, he had the capital to rise up again, thus he could fight every battle. In contrast, although Xiang Yu won every battle, he did not have a good management. As time passed and the number of battles increased, the gap between him and Liu Bang shrunk. In the end, Liu Bang won every battle, and it was a complete victory. For goo immortal cultivation, it was the same logic. Battle was only a part of cultivation. Victory or defeat was not so important. What was important was the benefits behind the victory or defeat. One had to look forward, they could not be short-sighted. Although Fan Yuan had sent He Qing and Xue Songzi fleeing everywhere, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Qing and Xue Songzi's immortal essence expenditure was much less than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan's economy almost collapsed, but He Qing and Xue Songzi were in good condition. If Fan Yuan fought with them again now, Fan Yuan's battle strength would definitely fall by a level or 2. The more they fought like this, the more obvious the outcome of the battle would be. He Qing had the rank 6 immortal goo house dark prison, could he not risk his life? It was not that he could not, but he had to assess the situation. Those who could become goo immortals were not hot-blooded boors. They would calculate their gains and losses in every battle. Of course, if not for the demon venerable's will, Fan Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence. Even if I run out of green grape immortal essence, I can refine immortal yuan stone again. But the demon venerable's true meaning is a rare opportunity. If I accumulate it step by step, it will take at least decades. Fan Yuan calculated clearly in his mind. When Fan Yuan perfected 2 more immortal goo remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yinxing finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the scene of a super-grade blessed land, Sai. I saw it with my own eyes. It occupies an area of over 5 million square kilometers. The time flow in the blessed land is 38 times that of the outside world. It is full of vitality and great potential. Even I cannot help but feel jealous. I feel that the biggest winner of this tribulation is He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing returned and chattered endlessly, full of emotions. He Lulan had requested Tai Bai Yunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was fortunate enough to enter Lulan blessed land. It was an eye-opener. A super-grade blessed land is like this. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques is treading on thin ice, seeking life in the midst of death. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many immortal goo He Lulan refined in the 3rd step of her immortal ascension. Fan Yuan asked. She used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo to detonate her immortal aperture. This Strength Path Immortal Goo was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Goo is now her vital goo. She also raised her original core Self-Strength Goo to rank 6. Other than these, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Chi Goo. Tai Bai Yunxing answered. When Tai Bai Yunxing was undergoing immortal ascension, using the remaining heaven and earth Chi, he obtained man as before and landscape as before, 2 immortal goo. Whether He Lulan had more heaven and earth chi than Tai Bai Yunxing, outsiders had no way of knowing. But Fan Yuan knew that she had many small family chi gu. These gu worms contained a lot of heaven and earth chi. Fan Yuan evaluated He Lulan's assets. This means that He Lulan already has 4 immortal gu. They are Flying Bear Strength gu, Self-Strength gu, Strength chi gu, and Slavery gu. The original rank 7 Divert Disaster gu. It was destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed Flying Bear Phantom and seized Flying Bear Phantom gu to suppress it. From then on, I lost contact with Flying Bear Phantom Immortal gu. I don't know if this immortal gu was seized by formless hands or if it is still in her hands. He Lulan's strength grew rapidly. She had at least 4 immortal gu. Now that she was a gu immortal, she soared to the sky with a bright future. Moreover, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's help, she directly surpassed the initial stage of becoming a new gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal yuan stone. With a large amount of resources invested, Lulan Blessed Land would develop rapidly. He Lulan, who has a super-grade blessed land, will greatly surpass me in cultivation. I have a high-grade blessed land. Compared to other gu immortals, it is already very fast. But He Lulan seems to have grown wings and is flying. Although we are in an alliance with them, the alliance has a time limit. If we exceed the time limit, we need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a wide circle of friends, while He Lulan is a formidable character. Tai Bai Yunxing said with a worried tone. As a genius, He Lulan's rapid growth gave Tai Bai Yunxing, a senior, enormous mental pressure. And Fan Yuan was in an even worse state. His cultivation had stagnated. As long as he did not get rid of his immortal zombie status, his cultivation would not be able to advance. As long as He Qing does not die and Ma Hongyun's matter is not resolved, we will have the foundation to cooperate with He Lulan. Don't be too careful on this trip to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon is not someone easy to deal with. If you need help, just use Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Fan Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before rushing to Eastern Sea. He was poisoned by Death's End Immortal Gu. He had promised the Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Shark Demon to explore Yulu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to leave quickly. Fan Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, deducing gu recipes and earning immortal yuan stones, while also dealing with the feeding of immortal gu. After he completed the 6th transaction, the number of immortal yuan stones had risen to over 60. Woman's Heart and Connect Luck also showed signs of weakening. It was evidently due to hunger. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan had 3 immortal gu to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast, the worldly sand gull. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart needed the heart of a woman to feed it. He had no clue about the first 2, so Fan Yuan decided to start with the easier and harder ones. Western Desert. Sand dunes stretched endlessly. The land had a vast and soothing pulse. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The air was so hot that it felt like it was going to steam people. A large caravan was moving forward. Camel bells were ringing, carriage shafts were making noises. The accompanying gu masters used all kinds of gu worms, some lowered the temperature, some blew wind, some created clear water, and some scouted the direction. Who is it? The caravan leader shouted. In front of the caravan, a malevolent monster suddenly appeared. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a tall and sturdy body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs. Its eyes were red like blood. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tighten, feeling a formless pressure. The caravan became restless. 2 rank 5s, 17 rank 4s, over 40 rank 3s. This is quite a strong group. The monster spoke. Its voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Sir, who are you? I am the leader of Mo Clan's caravan, Mo Yen. One of the rank 5 gu masters in the caravan had a nervous expression as he cupped his fists. Fan Yuan smiled malevolently. his 8 sharp claws spread out. The name of a superforce, Mo Clan, was useless against him. He was like a demon god descending, charging into the caravan, and creating a storm of blood. Chapter 700. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the massacre finally ended. The stench of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils, corpses were everywhere on the yellow sand. Fan Yuan stood among the corpses, summoning woman's heart immortal goo. The immortal goo rose up slowly, floating in the air as it let out a dark purple light. The light covered the silent battlefield. After a few breaths of time, all the female corpses on the battlefield started to shake. The shaking of the corpses became more intense. Finally, with loud sounds, hearts broke out of their bodies, flying towards woman's heart in the air. Before they got close, these bloody hearts were assimilated by the dark purple light, turning into lumps of dark purple light. The lumps of light flew towards woman's heart like swallows returning to their nest. Poison path immortal goo woman's heart shook slightly, letting out a shrill cry, as if it was happy because it was eating. A moment later, all the hearts on the battlefield became food, feeding woman's heart. Fan Yuan called back woman's heart. This immortal goo's hunger was alleviated, but it was still not full. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. According to this speed, to completely feed woman's heart immortal goo, I need at least 4,000 more hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered is quite powerful. Such a large scale is rare in Western Desert. Fan Yuan pondered for a moment before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm and pressed on the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared out of nowhere, landing on the battlefield. With continuous explosions, rocks and sand flew, corpses burned. It turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was just a simple stacking of fire path mortal goo. Fan Yuan threw out several brown and black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire. He immediately increased the intensity of the fire, burning the battlefield and destroying all traces. After doing this, Fan Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying into the sky. He flew towards the northeast direction, passing several large oases, before finally finding his target, a small oasis. Looking down from the sky, the oasis was like a jewel, embedded in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis, it was blue and clear. The surroundings were lush with trees, there were many people living inside. The market was bustling with people, it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fan Yuan did not hide his tracks. He appeared in the cloudless sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A group of goo masters rode on their seagulls. He flew up from the oasis. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a zombie. There was no lack of youngsters among these goo masters, and when they saw Fan Yuan's sinister and terrifying appearance, they could not help but whisper. Almost all of them were rank 2, and only one was a rank 3 goo master, the leader. This group of people flew until they were 300 paces away from Fan Yuan. The leader's face was full of wariness. He cupped his fists and said, "This is the Porridge Thin Oasis. It will be hosted by our Lawn family. The area above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope you can land immediately. If you wanted to enter the oasis, we have related goo masters in charge of receiving foreign goo masters. You only need to follow the procedures and meet the relevant criteria to enter the oasis." Fan Yuan was still looking at the oasis, using his goo to scout. He was checking if there were any goo immortals hiding in the oasis. Only goo immortals posed a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, this kind of small oasis would not have any powerful forces, and should not have any goo immortals. If there were goo immortals, they would have already expanded or modified the oasis. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fan Yuan was unmoved, and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden, this is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lawn family, this can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam! Before the leader finished speaking, Fan Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time, and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Ah! Lord Elder! The other rank 2 Gu masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden, the rank 2 Gu masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead, he was killed in an instant. Retreat, this person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The rank 2 Gu masters shouted loudly, and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fan Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam bam bam, under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 Gu masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the Gu masters guarding the oasis. Fan Yuan looked down from above, and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal Gu masters came out of the buildings, and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and put on his hair armor. The light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming! Attack! Be careful, the enemy is very strong, he is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely a rank 5 Gu master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person, attack! The Lan clan Gu masters in the oasis roared furiously, and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fan Yuan's momentum did not decrease, and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom! The loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by Gu worms, but it was of no use, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and air waves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fan Yuan's tall body. 8 monstrous arms appeared in front of the Lan clan Gu masters. He is not dead! Damn it! The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him! The ancestral tablets are all inside! Kill this monster! Everyone was riled up, and surrounded Fan Yuan tightly. All of you, shut up! Suddenly, an old man shouted, and walked out of the crowd. Lord Clan Leader! The surrounding people bowed to the old man. The old clan leader was scared witless. No one understood the defensive strength of the clan leader pavilion better than him. The patriarch's pavilion was the core of a family. It had deep defenses. Even if 10 old patriarchs joined hands, they would not be able to withstand it. Even if 10 old clan leaders joined hands, they might not be able to charge in. But Fan Yuan directly crashed down, and with just one strike, he destroyed the clan leader pavilion. Destroyed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? The old clan leader forcefully suppressed his palpitations. He bowed deeply to Fan Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for generations, and can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs. I don't know how we have offended you, but our Lan clan will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction. Once he said this, it immediately caused an intense backlash from the Gu masters. Lord Clan Leader, what are you talking about? This monster that is neither human nor ghost. He destroyed our patriarch's pavilion, and even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan is not cowardly. The other party is already riding on our heads. We need to chop him into pieces to vent our hatred. Hee hee. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Everyone frowned when they heard it. There is actually someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. Such a small oasis is sandwiched in between the other large forces. If he does not adapt to circumstances, he might not be able to stabilize his position as clan leader. Then listen carefully, I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to collect 6,000 hearts. Remember, these hearts should not be damaged, They must be women's hearts. Men's hearts and young girls' hearts are useless. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon, a lawless demon. He actually wants to instruct our clan to be his lackey and collect hearts for him. The Gu masters were in an uproar. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was not a small number. There were indeed many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was definitely not enough. Thus, to reach the standard of 6,000, Lan clan's clansmen must be sacrificed. This way, the old clan leader's position would come to an end. No one would support such a person as the clan leader. Your request is a little too unreasonable. Sigh, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. How can you do such a vicious and sinful thing in broad daylight? Please forgive Lan clan for not being able to cooperate. The old clan leader sighed compassionately. Then there is no other way. Although this is a little troublesome, forget it. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly, his killing intent pervading the air. Light illusion bat wings flashed behind his back, and the next moment, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie's monstrous claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck and easily lifting him up. So fast! The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. He was completely shocked. How did he get captured in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was not a mortal, but a Gu immortal? A horrifying thought emerged in the old clan leader's mind. He quickly shouted, Wan, everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, subordinate, ugh. With a cracking sound, the old clan leader's neck was directly crushed by Fan Yuan. The old clan leader's head was crooked to one side, his eyes were wide open, he died with remaining grievances. It was not that he did not want to use Gu worms to counterattack, but Fan Yuan had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress them. He killed the old clan leader. No! Lord Clan Leader! You cannot die! Take revenge for Lord Clan Leader! The Gu masters reacted. They roared furiously and rushed towards Fan Yuan like a surging tide. At once, they displayed their abilities and unleashed dazzling attacks. Fan Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot and did not move, letting the endless attacks land on his body. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths of time before becoming sparse. Gu masters had limited primeval essence, such an intense burst could not last for long. Is he dead? He must have been smashed into pieces. Sigh, pitiful old clan leader, we did not manage to retrieve his corpse. However, when the smoke dissipated, the Gu master's eyes were wide open as they saw Fan Yuan still standing proudly on the spot. Even though the surroundings were in a mess, the black armor on his body was still intact. Even the broken spikes were rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan's hair armor recovered to its original state. There was not even a trace of smoke. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was activated by hundreds of Gu worms. There were dozens of rank 5 Gu worms. And with the immortal zombie body as the foundation, its defense was not something these Gu masters could break. Among the people attacking Fan Yuan, the only rank 4 Gu master, the old clan leader, was already dead. There were less than 10 rank 3 Gu masters left. The rest were rank 2 Gu masters and rank 1 Gu masters. Their attacks were very chaotic. Many of them were exhausted internally. They could not pose any threat to Fan Yuan. This is your attack? It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Fan Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding Gu masters, spreading rapidly. In this hot weather, they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. You, who the hell are you? Everyone shivered, endless fear filling their hearts. Monster, this is a monster! Someone screamed, already on the verge of collapse. Escape, quickly escape! Their morale fell to the lowest point. One person escaping caused a large area of collapse. Fan Yuan was not surprised. The old clan leader was dead. They no longer had a backbone. At the same time, he purposely resisted the attacks. It was to crush the morale of these mortals. Swoosh! Fan Yuan laughed malevolently. immediately chasing after a female Gu master. The female Gu master's body froze, staring blankly at a monstrous claw growing out of her chest. Next, the monstrous claw retracted, taking the female Gu master's heart with it. Elder Lon Xian is also dead, quickly run! The surrounding Gu masters saw this and were scared out of their wits, running even faster. Fan Yuan waved his hand. Large numbers of fireballs rained down in the sky, causing the houses to collapse and flames to spread everywhere. He waved his hand again. Countless wind blades flew, cutting and slaughtering along the way, leaving corpses in pieces. No, I beg you, don't kill me. It was a mortal woman. She had a beautiful face and a slim body. She had maintained herself well. She should be the wife of a Gu master. Bam! Fan Yuan flicked his finger. The mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Fan Yuan walked past this corpse. He opened his hand slightly. The female corpse's heart broke out of her body and was grabbed by Fan Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful cry. It stopped on Fan Yuan's shoulder, letting out a dark purple radiance. Be it the heart in Fan Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the criteria, they were assimilated by the purple light and absorbed by woman's heart. Fan Yuan moved like a chariot. Wherever he went, he slaughtered. Along the way, there were pitiful cries and rivers of blood. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already hungry. Using myriad self was risky and wasted immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used either, because the explosions in the starry clusters would grind the fragile mortal bodies into dust. Even the hearts were no exception. Fan Yuan only used mortal Gu. He did not use killer moves. It was purely a simple accumulation of numbers. But even so, the killing efficiency was not low. Western Desert's terrain was different from the other 4 regions. Fan Yuan had his reasons for choosing this place. There was a vast desert here. The oases were like islands. Even if mortals escaped from the oases, they would not be able to escape far. The desert was boundless. It was very easy for Fan Yuan to chase and kill. Chapter 701. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the porridge oasis. The smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins, on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fan Yuan returned to the clan pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poison path immortal Gu woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the Gu refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fan Yuan did not have any plans to refine Gu for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs, but there were so many mortals, he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fan Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of Gu worms in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fan Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider. It was enough for Fan Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fan Yuan. On the door there were large words. Restricted area of the clan treasury. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Fan Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door. Hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fan Yuan's body. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fan Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fan Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of yuan stone. Fan Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 yuan. If Fan Yuan was still immortal, these yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Jin Yuan, the demand for yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the yuan stone in his immortal aperture. It was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of gu refinement materials, arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Fan Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Fan Yuan really wanted to refine gu, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like gu immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Fan Yuan did not leave empty-handed, he also entered the immortal aperture. Then the third, fourth, and fifth stone doors. They were all gu refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Fan Yuan collected all of them. At the sixth stone door, he finally found a gu worm. A large number of mortal gu were stored here. This was Lan clan's gu worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Fan Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal gu, they were all dispensable. But for mortal gu masters, these gu worms were not lacking in rare gu worms, there were also rank 5 and rank 4 gu. If one of them was obtained, their entire life might change, or even their life trajectory might change. This was like how Fan Yuan obtained the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain, the bone-flesh connection gu on Baigu Mountain, and the all-out effort gu in Shan Clan City. There were 3 such gu worm secret repositories. There were 5 yuan stone storage. Other than these, there was also a storage within a storage and a small hidden storage. None of them escaped Fan Yuan's search. Some storage rooms were already in a mess. There were gu master corpses and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fan Yuan massacred the living beings on the surface, some greedy gu masters knew that Lan clan was finished, so they barged in and snatched all the resources they could use. They fought here, snatching treasures that could be taken away, and some died to the storage's defensive gu worms. Fan Yuan was calm as he walked past these storage rooms, following a main tunnel underground. Along the way, there were more and more gu master corpses. There were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like the combination of ostriches and seagulls. Their legs were thick and muscular, and their wings were wide. They could use air currents to soar in the sky. Sand gulls could run quickly in the desert, and could also fly with people. They only ate water and grass. They were easy to feed and had a gentle temperament. They were the most common means of transportation for Western desert gu masters. The only flaw was that sand gulls had low fertility. 10 sand gull eggs, only 3 or 4 could hatch into healthy sand gulls. However, Lan clan raised a lot of sand gulls, surpassing other forces. When Fan Yuan went on a killing spree, he killed many sand gulls. He guessed that Lan clan might have some unique method of breeding sand gulls. If they really had it, then this would be the only thing in the entire Lan clan that Fan Yuan was interested in. Fan Yuan walked down thousands of steps. He saw more and more gu master corpses. Finally, at a certain area, he found a large number of gu master corpses, as well as many sand gulls. It seems that the gu masters who entered here were obstructed by sand gulls. After an intense battle, they all died here. They took the risk to come here. There must be huge benefits enticing them. Fan Yuan analyzed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After walking another few hundred steps, Fan Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were over 100 sand gulls. The sand gull 100 beast king among them had fresh injuries. It should have fought with the gu masters not long ago. How could a mere beast group be Fan Yuan's match? After a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued forward. The tunnel clearly extended downwards. The depth surprised even Fan Yuan. After dealing with over a dozen waves of sand gulls, Fan Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His vision immediately widened as he arrived at a huge underground cave. This cave was so big that it was like a square. At the center of the cave, there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a huge bird egg. It was the size of a house. It was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big, some were small, there were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lan Clan's sand gulls. Fan Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead, they fled in panic. Fan Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fan Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes, from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out, it was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Fan Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters? After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect luck immortal goo needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull's soil. It was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Fan Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others, or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull's soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull's soil. To feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull's soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg, it should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect Luck Immortal Goo does not have to be fed to its fullest, it can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets. Connect Luck Immortal Goo might not be used. With a joyful mood, Fan Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a Blood Path Grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a Strength Path Grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal goo to form a goo formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom goo, Fan Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull's soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Fan Yuan obtained enough sand gull's soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This way, he was only left with the problem of feeding Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path was flourishing. This goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, now, even in jewel yellow skies, White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were rarely seen. Chapter 702. Husband, Huang Er has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a grand spirit affinity house gu immortal. She was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety. She no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet. Her golden eyebrows were long and slender. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with her father, Feng Jioga's heroicness. She looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Fang Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long, as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation, an accident happened. From then on, she fell into a deep slumber. No matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Jioga and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Bai Qing thought of the terrifying possibility. She could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Jioga heaved a long sigh in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her. Qing don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo. She fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jioga and Bai Qing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain. They had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dream Wing's immortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Jioga's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down, she said hesitantly. When Huang Er was 3, Dream Wing's immortal goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this immortal goo before. Even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls. A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that. I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dream Wing's immortal goo. Feng Jioga nodded in agreement. Your analysis is very reasonable. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them, and finally understand the details of the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And goo masters and goo immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves, to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang Er wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dream Wing's immortal goo. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang Er wakes up, inform me immediately. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had planned for countless years, expending countless manpower and resources, painstakingly making arrangements. Only then did they achieve some results in 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the end, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, turning these arrangements into his own. Eventually, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. When the news arrived, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had been planning for a long time, were undoubtedly a nightmare. As the leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, they were facing pressure from all directions, from the other 9 great ancient sects, and also from Spirit Affinity House itself. The plan to take 88-point Jinyang Tower started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has always been the leader, and we have the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only do we need to clear our suspicions, we also need to investigate the truth. As the #1 battle strength of our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter's side, regretfully, the other elders want me to investigate. Feng Jioge sighed. Husband, you need to be careful in Northern Plains. If the situation is bad, retreat first. After all, that is not Central Continent. If something happens, there will be no one to help. Don't trust the Gu immortals of the other 9 sects too much. Back then, you fought against the 10 great sects and won every battle without a single loss, causing so many people to lose face. All these years, you are publicly recognized as the #1 expert of the 10 great sects, suppressing them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Jioge caressed Fairy Bai Qing's face, lightly kissing her lips. After their lips parted, he took out a rank 5 messenger green bird Gu. This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal called Fan Yuan has accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Jioge said. It's him? Since Huang Er was born, Fan Yuan was the only one who suffered a huge setback. After Huang Er returned, she was indignant and swore to take revenge. Earlier, she sent a challenge letter to him, but there was no reply. To think that he would suddenly reply now, what is his motive? Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Fan Yuan. Feng Jioge's gaze was solemn. Ever since Huang Er failed, we have investigated this rascal Fan Yuan in detail. His background is not small, he has a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to take advantage of the situation and take Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under the 10 great ancient sects' noses. But Crane Gate thought himself clever and admitted that he is from Crane Gate, causing us to be unable to do anything. This way, Crane Gate can exclude our 9 sects and take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Fairy Bai Qing said. More than a year has passed in Central Continent, even Northern Plains' Truyang building has fallen. The laughable thing is, Crane Gate still did not succeed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in this rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Jioge sneered in disdain. You can't say that. In the last year, Crane Gate had to expend a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast Spirit Rhinoceros, and many of our Gu immortals were trapped in the reincarnation battlefield. Now Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which is under our jurisdiction, wants to become independent. Crane Gate is overwhelmed and under pressure. Moreover, after our 9 sects learned of the truth, we secretly pressured them many times and indirectly obstructed them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not fall. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jioge shook his head. The force behind Fan Yuan has always been shrouded in mystery, we have yet to find out. Yesterday, Crane Gate publicly announced that Fan Yuan was disloyal because he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and viewed him as a traitor of the sect. Clearly, their conciliatory tactic did not work. It seems that Crane Gate's big move against Hu Immortal Blessed Land will happen in the next few days. I want to see what force can challenge our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She suddenly realized something, saying, I know this Fan Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Crane Gate, but he seems to have sensed that Crane Gate wants to deal with him. Thus, he replied and wants to establish relations with the outside world, using our Spirit Affinity House to restrict Crane Gate. But now, Crane Gate has the moral high ground, while Fan Yuan is a traitor of Crane Gate. Crane Gate can openly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but we cannot interfere in this matter. Feng Jioge said. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there really no way to interfere in this matter? If Crane Gate obtains Danghun Mountain, the entire sect's foundation will rise by several levels. Righteous sects naturally have their own rules and regulations. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent watching them. If the 10 great sects break the rules first, how will they be able to command others in the future? Although Crane Gate deceived them first, the 9 sects were indeed deceived for a while. After all, there is a Fangjing in Crane Gate, we can make use of him. Since Crane Gate won, we have to admit it. At least this time, we cannot interfere. But if Crane Gate fails in their attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have a chance to interfere. After all, everyone is aware of this situation, they are only feigning ignorance because of the rules and reputation. If Crane Gate fails this time and still wants to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves, our 9 sects will not agree. Feng Jioge analyzed. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I intend to give my own Wei Gu to Crane Gate. Ah? Husband, what do you mean? Fairy Bai Qin was slightly shocked. Feng Jioge strategized. Fan Yuan's strength is unknown. Whether he can protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land or not is still unknown. If he wins and Crane Gate loses, our 10 great sects will work together and divide Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If he loses and Crane Gate wins, we can use the reason of my own Wei Gu to get a share of the benefits on Dang Hun Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Declaring me as a traitor of the sect, this means that Crane Gate's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land is imminent. Fang Yuan looked at the information in his hands with a heavy heart. Clan Soul Immortal Gu was not full yet. In this situation, activating the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was very risky. In the worst case, he might lose Clan Soul Immortal Gu. This way, without Myriad Self, Fan Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Crane Gate declared me as a traitor in advance, but did not attack immediately. They are clearly trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can have a good fight. This is indeed the style and confidence of the 10 great sections. Fan Yuan thought about it, and knew that Crane Gate's attack this time would be extremely fierce. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and feed Clan Soul Immortal Gu. At the same time, he needed to gather funds and store enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu needed Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu they had, they could not display their full power. What was war fought for? Money! In this world, what did Gu Immortals fight for? Immortal Essence! An Immortal Yuan Stone! Sigh, this is not a small problem. My economy, which had just recovered, is going to suffer a heavy blow again. 2 battles in a row will cause my weak economy to collapse. Chapter 703. Central Continent, Fei He Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, Discussion Hall. Gu Immortals sat in a circle, they were brimming with immortal energy, they were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Ling Shi's condition has worsened. I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Ling Shi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 Immortal Yuan Stone. Gu Immortal Shu Zhige said loudly. Immediately, a Gu Immortal frowned and asked, Ling Shi is an ancient desolate beast, it is very strong. But its condition has already persisted for half a year, why has it not recovered yet? Shu Zhige, are you purposely delaying Ling Shi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu Immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shu Zhige's brows furrowed and he roared. Fan Shilu, go fuck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path Immortal Gu to capture it? Back then I had already persuaded you not to use it. But to save trouble, you poisoned Ling Shi. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Ling Shi alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shilu did not back down, he shouted. Ding. At this time, a bell rang, it was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu Immortals were assimilated by the bell sound, thus, the bell's sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shu Zhige and Fan Shilu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell's sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there, he was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's first Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shujiji's suggestion is that we need 360 immortal yuan stone to purchase goo worms, goo recipes, and heal Ling Shi. I do not agree. 360 immortal yuan stone is too much. I only asked for 200 immortal yuan stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing the Ling Shi? More important than healing goo immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A goo immortal beside him pondered. Ling Shi is important, but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the Great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now, we're only discussing the matter of healing Ling Shi. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object. The third Goo Immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Sang Xian's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, Spirit Rhinoceros, was to use its blood. To develop an even more secretive information path Goo Worm. I wonder how Madame Sang Xian is progressing? The fourth Goo Immortal looked at Madame Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 Goo Immortal. Hearing this, he smiled. I am ashamed. Currently, there is little progress. Because Ling Shi's body is covered in poisonous blood, the research on letter Goo is progressing very slowly. The fourth Goo Immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case, I object. Of the 8 Goo Immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Xu Zhigo only obtained 200 immortal yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Xu Zhigo snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding! Another bell rang, regardless of whether Xu Zhigo was satisfied or not. The Grand Supreme Elder said, Next, we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of reincarnation battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 Goo Immortal or 3 Desolate Beasts, and among these Desolate Beasts, there must be at least a 9 Palace Crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted. A Goo Immortal's battle strength. Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiao Xiao is recovering from heavy injuries. Lin San Mei is in closed cultivation. Their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request? Lei Tan snorted coldly. If Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered. We have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield. We have 2 Goo Immortals inside. We can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem, because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements, or even more. Xu Zhiga nodded. I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing. We should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the support of 2 Desolate Beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding! Next, we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gui Li heard this and his expression shook. He sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. With our protection, they have been operating for a long time and now have 3 Goo Immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragon Dock. The territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragon Dock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which Gu Immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? And most importantly, how much do we need to pay to instigate a Gu Immortal to defect? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large force. It could not afford the cultivation resources of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects were firmly in control of Central Continent. About 60% of Central Continent's cultivation resources were split among the 10 great ancient sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could provide for a large number of Gu Immortals. Like Great Heavenly Sword Sect. It was a vassal of Crane Gate to begin with. It needed to pay a large amount of resources every once in a while. The Gu Immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect lacked resources. From this point, if they were given huge benefits, there was a possibility of them defecting. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals. If one was removed, there would only be 2 left. If their forces fell, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Guili thought about his words before saying, "There is an old saying. There is no such thing as cheap goods. After all, we are not trying to recruit a mortal, but a Gu Immortal. I promised him the same treatment as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Crane Gate. Other than that, there are also some resources. They are worth about 75 Immortal Yuan stones." After pausing for a while, Guili continued, "In my humble opinion, it is best if we do not use force in this matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the deadline for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to be our vassal is up. They want to break this relationship and leave us. It is perfectly justifiable. We cannot forcefully interfere. There is no justifiable reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also at the border. It might give Myriad Dragon Dock an excuse to interfere." From start to finish, Guili did not reveal which Gu Immortal he wanted to recruit. The second Supreme Elder did not pursue the matter. The Gu Immortals present were all Supreme Elders of Crane Gate, but there were internal conflicts between them. Where there were people, there were conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest led to conflicts. If Guili said it now, there might be unnecessary twists and turns. The matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was an important matter that everyone in Crane Gate attached great importance to. After some discussion, Guili's suggestion was passed. Ding! A bell rang. First Supreme Elder said slowly. "Next, we will be discussing the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang, tell us." Lei Tan snorted coldly, immediately giving He Fengyang a malicious gaze. He Fengyang stood up from his seat, showing his solemn attitude. "Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land. Although Hu Immortal did not manage it well, it has Dang Hun Mountain. As everyone knows, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu can greatly increase the sect's foundation. It is also very helpful to us Gu Immortals." Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan spoke. "He Fengyang, it has already been over a year. Why have we not obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet? There is no progress at all. Don't you know, the other 9 sects are already laughing at us." He Fengyang was prepared, he said unhurriedly. "Those who achieve great things will have to endure the ridicule and mockery of others. If we cannot even endure this, how can we have any achievements? I am here to discuss matters, not to listen to lectures. No matter what, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has not been taken back. This is an indisputable fact," Lei Tan said. "For the past year, I have been working on this matter. I have not relaxed for even a moment. A few days ago, I have already publicly announced that Fang Yuan is a traitor of our sect. He will be dealt with in a few days. These days, I have spread informants to monitor the other 9 great ancient sects, but I have not found any sect that is showing any special reaction. The crucial people for this mission have already been trained. We only need old ancestor Kenyang and Fairy Tsang Yu's help to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land," He Fengyang said. Old Ancestor Kin Yang has rank 7 battle strength, while Fairy Tsung Yu is not bad among rank 6. You have the nerve to make such a request? You are also a Grand Gu Immortal, but you need the battle strength of 3 Gu Immortals to deal with a mortal. You are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is this the result of your 1 year of preparation? Lei Tan mocked without restraint. He Fingyang's eyelids twitched. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked around and said calmly, "To ensure nothing goes wrong, I have no choice but to make this request. I am sure everyone here is aware of the situation. My sect used Fanjing to deceive the 9 great ancient sects, taking over Hu Immortal blessed land in name. But after the 9 great sects found out the truth, they have been coveting Dang Hun Mountain and obstructed us many times in the dark. This mission must succeed, it cannot fail, otherwise they will interfere. At that time, the situation will not be something our sect can control." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed. "They have already obstructed us. He Fengyang, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news." He Fengyang's heart shook. "First Supreme Elder, please speak." "Forget it, take a look yourself." First Supreme Elder flicked his finger. A rank 5 messenger green bird goo flew out. He Fengyang received it and sent his divine sense in. Looking at the contents, his expression turned ashen. "Who is it? They actually want Old Ancestor Kin Yang to go to Northern Plains?" In He Fengyang's plan, Old Ancestor Kin Yang had the highest battle strength. He had offensive immortal goo and was a heavyweight. But before He Fengyang even set off, he had lost this general. Second Supreme Elder said, "There is no way to reject him." True Yang building collapsed for no reason. It caused our 10 sects alliance to fail prematurely in our plan to overthrow True Yang building. Many years of hard work went up in smoke, countless investments were wasted. This matter is too important. We need to organize a group to go to Northern Plains and investigate the truth. At the same time, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared in Northern Plains, thus there is another important goal in this trip, that is to capture as many immortal goo as possible. If the goo immortals we send have low battle strength, not only will we not get any benefits, we might even be ostracized and turn into shields, suffering losses everywhere. Chapter 704. But Lord Kin Yang's departure concerns Dang Hun Mountain and the ownership of Guts Gu. He Fengyang still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jioga is publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength of the 10 great sects. He is also the leader of the Northern Plains group. We have no reason to reject his request. You are clear about the sect's lack of battle strength. Even if we reject him forcefully, I believe the other 9 sects will use the excuse of not needing a burden to pressure us. Hearing First Supreme Elder say this, He Fengyang's expression turned ashen. Lei Tan smiled silently, not concealing his gloating attitude. He Fengyang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He forced himself to continue watching. Suddenly, his expression froze. He had mixed feelings. This Feng Jioga is actually lending me one's way immortal goo. And he has already raised one's way immortal goo to rank 7. Rank 6 one's way immortal goo is an expendable goo worm. It can only be used 3 times. But rank 7 one's way goo can be used continuously. It just requires a lot more immortal essence. What? I remember that He Fengyang's one's way goo only has 1 use left. To think that Feng Jioga actually refined one's way goo to rank 7. No wonder he asked for one's way immortal goo, it was premeditated. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine, the chances of success are very small, and one's way goo is not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Gaili spoke. Shujiga said, Spirit Affinity House is a huge force, they have a close relationship with Celestial Court, their foundation is much deeper than our Crane Gate. It is not strange for him to refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With one's way goo, he will not be suppressed by the blessed land, he can use mortal goo freely. Madame Sang Xin looked at He Fengyang. Feng Jioga is really scheming. On one hand, he borrowed one's way goo. After our sect successfully takes Hu immortal blessed land, he will be able to interfere. On the other hand, he sent old ancestor Kin Yang out. In fact, he lowered our sect's strength in attacking Hu immortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. The third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, finished the ascension wine in his bowl and crushed it. Damn it! The 9 great ancient sects have targeted Hu Immortal Blessed Land and obstructed our sect more than once. He Feng-yang! The matter of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was handled by you. I hope that you can succeed this time and not give the other 9 sects any chances. Hit them hard in the face. I want them to shamelessly cooperate with us for the guts goo. I understand, Third Elder. He Feng-yang nodded. The Gu Immortals discussed for a day and a night. They decided on the direction and actions of Crane Gate for the next few months. 2 days later, Fangjing pushed open the stone door and entered the blood pool. Fangjing, you've trained so hard, and you've finally come to this moment. Today, we will take revenge for your clan, we will gain merit for the sect, and we will benefit the people. We must succeed! In the aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled as Master Tenchu's voice resounded. Yes, Master! We will definitely succeed! Fan Yuan clenched his fists. His expression was firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood cover most of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply and activated iron blood goo. His blood turned black, and his skin also turned black. Next, Fangjing activated blood edge goo at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From all over his body, hundreds of iron blood flying blades shot out in all directions. On his body, there were hundreds of wounds, as molten blood flowed out. An intense feeling of pleasure assaulted his heart. Fangjing gritted his teeth and proceeded to the crucial step, activating blood mix goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. One was a young man, gentle like jade, wearing a green robe and with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyebrows. They were dark green and slender, extending all the way to his waist. It was the rank 6 Gu Immortal of Crane Gate, known as Feather Crane Flying Immortal, He Feng-yang. The other was young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, a face like a flower, eyes like autumn waves. She wore a pink and blue flowery skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal of Crane Gate, Fairy Tsanyu. The two slowly walked up Tianti Mountain, arriving at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In front of them was a verdant forest. It was very ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a small world, different from the large world of Central Continent. As long as the Blessed Land did not have any loopholes, or its doors were not open, there would be no abnormalities from the outside. If one did not know the details, even if a Gu Immortal passed by, they would not be able to sense that there was a blessed land hidden here. Fairy Tsenyu looked around at the verdant green mountains. The occasional chirping of birds added to the tranquility. There was not a single person in sight. But she smiled at He Feng-yang. There are quite a lot of people here today. There are many familiar faces. She and He Feng-yang did not conceal their movements. In fact, if the commotion was too big, they would not be able to conceal it. Thus, when they moved from Feihe Mountain, the other 9 great ancient sects had already received information. Right now, the 9 Gu Immortals from the 9 great ancient sects were already hiding in the sky and on the ground, observing He Feng-yang and Seng Yu's movements, gathering first-hand information. He Feng-yang waved his Gu worms as he praised. I have long heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move called Microthought. It can be sold for 5 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. It is indeed very effective. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. It was only a fortuitous encounter in the past. I obtained it in reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. In today's battle, I will need Fairy's help. He Feng-yang's attitude was very gentle. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. How can this little girl's methods compare to the grand Feather Crane Flying Immortal's myriad cranes soaring? It would be great if I could witness it today. Fairy Tsangyu clicked her tongue in admiration. He Feng-yang smiled. While they were talking, he had already thrown out close to 10,000 mortal goo. After several minutes, the arrangements were finally completed. Next, we will wait for the opportunity. Fairy, please. He Feng-yang waved his sleeve. A white cloud flew out. The white cloud was only 10 feet above the ground. forming the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang jumped up and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion goo, rank 5. It could assist goo masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to goo immortal, the white cloud cushion goo lost its effect on him. It was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Tsung-yu. But Fairy Tsung-yu only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger and shot out a woodpath goo worm. The goo worm drilled into the ground, and in a few breaths of time, a peach tree grew out. Its branches tangled together and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Tsung-yu giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time, in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fanjing had already reached the final step. He activated failed blood demon flower goo. His entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body. Even iron blood goo had no effect. Fanjing gritted his teeth. His expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood goo to lower the temperature. Master Tenchu's soul was monitoring Fanjing's condition at all times, and after a while, he reminded. Fanjing endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood goo. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped, avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood sensing goo, Master Tenchu instructed. Fanjing gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path goo with great difficulty. This goo allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fanjing tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Fan Yuan. Your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, failed blood demon flower goo can increase the effect of blood path goo worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fanjing was already in so much pain that he could not speak, but Master Tenchu was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely. Fanjing, persevere! You have trained for so long, you have gone through inhuman trials. All you have to do is gamble on this. My Sex 2 Goo Immortals have already moved out, they are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere, you cannot relax. Master Tenchu shouted anxiously. Fanjing's body was trembling intensely. He could not reply. He could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fanjing, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Fan Yuan. Master Tenchu continued to remind him. But Fanjing had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness. The target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fanjing or Master Tenchu, they did not know about the change in Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan had become an immortal zombie. The blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fanjing's senses. No matter how hard Fanjing tried, he could not sense Fan Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenchu was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fanjing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed. He was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenchu was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, He Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fanjing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 705. Master Tenshiro was hesitant. On one hand, he received orders from He Fengyang. He had a difficult mission. Reason told him that for the sake of Crane Gate, sacrificing this mortal kid Fangjing was the best choice. But on the other hand, his emotions stopped him. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Spending time with Fangjing, watching him grow step by step, watching him make mistakes sometimes, watching him cultivate hard for revenge, he was very much like his past self. Master Tenshiro could not bear it. Fangjing, you brat, how many times have I taught you? This is the most basic refinement path technique. I'm sorry, Master. Fangjing's palm emitted smoke. The goo worm in his palm had already turned into a pile of charcoal. Fangjing, practice, practice, practice again. I am Master Tenshiro's disciple, but I can't even arrange the flying crane arrow formation. If this gets out, where would I put my old face? Master Tenshiro shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Master. I will definitely work hard. Ugh! The more nervous Fangjing was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. The two groups of cranes in the sky collided with each other due to his mistake. At once, the cranes wailed in pain, the sounds of bones breaking could be heard, they fell down like dumplings in a pot. Seeing this scene, the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture froze, it immediately flew into a rage. You big idiot! Master, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Locked in the confinement room, Fangjing faced the wall and apologized to Master Tenshiro. Silly kid, why are you apologizing? Well beaten. Ah? Master. Isn't the sect rule forbidding disciples from fighting? Humph, Zhang Nan's master is Xianjizi. Back then Master was already unhappy with Xianjizi. You beat him into a pig's head. I have been locked here longer than you. Although I am already dead, as my disciple, how can you be bullied like this? Master Tenshiro sneered. Master. Fangjing choked with sobs. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man doesn't cry easily. Master Tenshiro lectured. Yes. Master. I'm sorry, Master. At this critical moment, time seemed to be stretched out endlessly. Scenes from the past. It appeared in Master Tenshiro's mind. The words Master echoed in his ears. Master Tenshiro roared in a deafening voice. Fangjing, you must do your best. Have you forgotten the pain Fangyuan brought you? Have you forgotten that you were bullied by your fellow disciples when you first came to the Crane Gate? He had forgotten about the ghosts in his family. Have you forgotten that your uncle and aunt died in the hands of Fangyuan? Your hatred. Your hard work depends on this moment. You cannot fail. You cannot give up. I must sense it. I must sense it. Fangjing heard Master Tenshiro's roar and his spirit was lifted. However, in his senses there was still endless darkness. No matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any signs of it. Why? Why? Fangjing's state of mind was in turmoil. Scenes of the past that he could not bear to recall appeared in his mind again. Ever since he was young, the shadow that Fangyuan had cast on Fangjing seemed to have become one with the darkness in his senses. It gave Fangjing infinite pressure. Everything was dim. Fangjing seemed to have become a tiny dot in this vast darkness. Hesitation, helplessness, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. I'm sorry, Master. I failed. Fangjing cried. His body had reached its limit, and his state of mind was on the verge of collapse. No! You cannot fail. Absolutely not. Master Tenshiro was anxious as he shouted. But Fangjing could not hear him anymore. He was about to fall unconscious, just like in the previous training. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenshiro cursed in his heart. At this moment, he thought of his possession plan. He thought of the punishment He Fengyang would give him when he returned after the mission failed. Fangjing, you bastard! It's a waste of my effort to nurture you. But in the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that's the case, let me help you. Master Tenchuru's thoughts flickered as he finally convinced himself. The situation forced him to make this choice. He revealed his trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool started to shine brightly, sweeping away the darkness. The goo worms hidden around Feng Jing's blood pool started to activate. Ah! Feng Jing's body shook like he was electrocuted. He raised his head and opened his arms, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. An unparalleled pain assaulted his heart, causing him to roll his eyes. Almost at the next breath, Feng Jing's screams stopped as he lost consciousness. But under the effect of the goo worms, he was still activating the failed blood demon flower goo and using the blood-sensing goo to sense Fan Yuan's existence. The blood pool started to boil and gurgling. Creak! The failed blood demon flower grew rapidly, emitting a hair-raising sound. Fan Jing maintained his posture of raising his head and spreading his arms, motionless like a statue. The demonic flower's vines were as thin as needles. But now, these vines grew thicker than a finger. The largest vine grew out from the depths of Feng Jing's throat like an anaconda. It burrowed out of his mouth and grew upwards. Other than that, vines also grew out of his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines drilled out of all the pores on his skin. Feng Jing had completely turned into the demonic flower's nourishment. His flesh was torn and his appearance was unrecognizable, like a well-trimmed flower statue. Brat! Seeing Feng Jing in such a miserable state, Master Tenchuru's anxiety and nervousness vanished. He felt an emptiness in his heart. It was unbearable. Soon, this unbearable feeling turned into deep guilt, filling Master Tenchuru's heart. Brat, Master, has let you down! Master Tenchuru's soul, which was hiding in the spirit incubating flea, was also shedding soul tears. Oh! He Fingyang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu blessed land, Crane Gate's third supreme elder slowly opened his eyes, muttering. He thought of what He Fengyang had specially asked him to do before he left. Thus, the third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon, expended his immortal essence and activated an immortal goo, flying out of the hall in a flash. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's. He Fengyang had borrowed it from Lady Sang Xian. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo, called empathy. 10 breaths of time later, the immortal goo descended above the blood pool, above Feng Jing's head. This is an immortal goo? Master Tenchuru stared with wide eyes, his heart shaking. Empathy immortal goo let out a gray-white pillar of light. The pillar of light was like fog, covering Feng Jing. After a few breaths of time, the gray-white pillar of light was dyed blood-red by Feng Jing. Where is this? Feng Jing's remnant consciousness. He looked around. It was complete darkness. No matter where he went, no matter how far he walked, it was still darkness, deep and vast. But at this time, a blood-red light appeared in front of Feng Jing. Ah? That is... Feng Jing tried to walk over, and as he got closer, he sensed a familiar aura from this blood-red light. He sensed a familiar aura. This is Big Brother. No, it is Fan Yuan's aura. Master, did you hear me? I succeeded. I finally sensed it. Feng Jing was extremely excited. He tried to speak, but could not speak. His mouth was wide open, almost deformed from the thick demonic flower vines. But at the corner of his eyes, a tear of joy flowed down. Sensing this tear, Master Tenchuru's soul shook intensely. He fell into a deathly silence. Feng Jing got close to the blood-red light. Suddenly, the light burst out with an extremely strong suction force. The unprepared Feng Jing's remnant consciousness was completely sucked in. At this moment, Fan Yuan, who was in Hu immortal blessed land, gasped lightly. He slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool. He sensed Feng Jing's body. He sensed the flourishing failed blood demon flower. He sensed the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. He sensed the information path immortal goo above his head. So it was like this. Fan Yuan sneered. My adorable little brother, are you finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the collective? What happened? Tai Bai Yunxing, who was sitting at the side, quickly asked when he saw Fan Yuan speak. On his other side, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were also looking at Fang Yuan with questioning gazes. What a coincidence! I wanted to discuss the Gutsku business, but the Crane Gate attack came knocking on my door. Fang Yuan laughed, intentionally lowering his eyelids as he waved his hand. The other party used my brother, and also used the immortal Gu same sense. Everyone, leave Dang Hun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Gu's same sense could allow both sides to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fan Jing and Fa Yuan sensed each other's situation through blood sense and empathy immortal Gu. Of course, because of the difference in strength between them, Fan Yuan could see everything about Fan Jing, but Fan Jing could only see things through Fan Yuan's eyes. Fan Jing's perception was limited, he could not even sense the location of Fan Yuan's aperture or immortal aperture. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other, they could see each other's heavy mood. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, they could not avoid it, they could only brace themselves and fight alongside Fan Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Fengyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the white cloud-cushioned Gu, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe! His eyes shined with brilliance as he took out an immortal Gu. Expand space, immortal Gu! Fairy Tsangyu heard the commotion and called out softly. This immortal Gu belonged to the second supreme elder of Crane Gate. It could expand the blessed land's space. He Fengyang borrowed it to use as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, breaking door entry. Over 10 green grape immortal essence beads were expended in an instant. An enormous aura rose as translucent ripples appeared in the air. Crack, crack. Like the sound of glass shattering, space shattered in front of He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, revealing a corner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain. He Fengyang slowly put away expand space immortal Gu. He looked at Fairy Tsangyu and invited with a graceful demeanor. Fairy, please. Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. She took a step forward and was about to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 706. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Gu immortals here, our sex scheme won. According to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Gu immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my Crane Gate? In an instant thoughts flashed in Fairy Tsangyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow, her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, He Fengyang stopped her. Fairy, wait! Saying so, he pulled Fairy Tsangyu to the side, opening up the hole in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them, it followed the hole and plunged into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Tsangyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow. He Fengyang smiled lightly. This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan cut off a large portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate, it has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great! The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad, it is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard, we will have an easier time. Fairy Tsangyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Fang Yuan is decisive, he is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking, no matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fairy Tsangyu. Once they entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal Gu in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal Gu on them. It allowed mortal Gu to not be suppressed by the blessed land and could be used normally. Fairy Tsangyu closed her eyes, and after a few breaths she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, The blue charmed shadow is already heading towards Dang Hun Mountain in the center of the blessed land. He Fengyang nodded. As I expected. Within Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The safest opponent was Dang Hun Mountain. The blue charmed shadow's first target was the blessed land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charmed shadow. Since it was heading straight for Dang Hun Mountain, it meant that Fan Yuan was hiding in Dang Hun Mountain. Let's follow it. Alright. I've long wanted to see what the legendary Dang Hun Mountain looks like. Fairy Sun Yu chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. He Fengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Goo and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the blessed land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy, they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. Humph. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Wen, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang Wenjiu casually asked. It might be quite high. Even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also use the blue charm Lightning Shadow. Fan Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is only a mortal junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Wen replied. I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Fan Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal. How can he refine an immortal Gu, and how can he know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him. Since the other party could snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, then the battle strength defending Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian said. Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Du Teng chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner, or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu Immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Immortal Guan Chao Zhe immediately spoke. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Chao Zhe's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good, this is not good. Green Phoenix Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian knot, it is only a blessed land, let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Liu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chao Zhe's weakness. The Gu Immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the Blessed Land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation. It was helpful to Gu Immortals. No sect could monopolize it. The other 9 sects would work together to pressure them. They would have to sell it even if they did not want to. You! Guan Chao Zhe snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu Immortals were scheming against each other, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu were also slowly flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Tsengyu frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus, there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years, the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down. Immediately, jade lightning crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the two immortals continued flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Tsangyu repeatedly shook her head. The management of this Hu immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Fan Yuan was immortal after all. He only thought of using Guts Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu immortal was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Hu immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, Hu immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Tsungyu sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, Hu immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Dang Hun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Tsungyu nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Dang Hun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of if Hu immortal blessed land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Dang Hun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Dang Hun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Dang Hun Mountain shook its soul. It was its forbidden land. Fan Yuan, come out. You should know that Dang Hun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no Gu worms. Even if you use Dang Hun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two Gu immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Fan Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you, then you should know by now that Hu immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal Gu on us. Moreover, we have an immortal Gu on us. Fairy Tsangyu immediately spoke, pressuring Fan Yuan. Thereupon, Fan Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened, but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time, thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary Gu immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land, aren't you afraid that I will destroy Dang Hun Mountain? Fan Yuan spoke. You are. Fan Yuan? He Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year. How did Fan Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Tsangyu beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time. How could we let you destroy Dang Hun Mountain? If you think you can use Dang Hun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh right, we can even weaken Dang Hun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Fan Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Dang Hun Mountain's power. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsang Yu immediately felt that there was hope, she urged. As long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones. We can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Fan Yuan asked. He Fengyang sneered. Times have changed, Fan Yuan. You are a smart person. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation? Fan Yuan heard this and muttered. Oh? The current situation is like this. Let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. This is? Fairy Tsang Yu's expression changed. Immortal goo! So many immortal goo! He Fengyang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo. His eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Fan Yuan. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yinxing, and Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that, each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura, they did not conceal it. Fairy Tsang Yu's expression changed greatly. He Fengyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Fan Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Dang Hun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine, 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap! He Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Tsang Yu suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. Chapter 707. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding He Fengyang and Fairy Tsang Yu. It's all real. Fairy Tsang Yu had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. He Fengyang looked around, only to see. To the east, there was an Ice Spike Divine Ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Dang Hun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy. As it moved, it left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the 2 immortals an oppressive feeling. The sclera of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this Ice Spike Divine Ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient desolate beast Icefall Divine Ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 goo immortals. To the west, there was a Phoenix Feather Crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the Ice Spike Divine Ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heat wave. Its crocodile armor was thick. It was brownish red in color. Its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long. There were no scales on it. Instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful, like flames. To the north, there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge. Its head could reach the chest of the Ice Spike Divine Ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal. Its muscles were bulging. Its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south, there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, it was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast, there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain's height when it stood up. Its eyes had regressed to nothingness. Its thick carapace made He Fengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast. Squatting there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws. A pink, tender tongue. Black, round eyes. It looked harmless, but He Fingyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto He Fengyang and Fairy Tsungyu. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest, stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest, each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Fan Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. More accurately speaking, Fan Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement gu of the land spirit of Langya. This immortal gu could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 gu immortals, especially when the wild gu in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded He Fengyang and Fairy Tsungyu, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two were silent, they no longer had the carefree attitude from before. He Fengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Fan Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but gu immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. He Fengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Fan Yuan. "Who are you?" Fan Yuan and the rest, other than Fan Yuan, the other 3 were wearing masks. He Luan was wearing a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Tai Bai Yinxing was wearing a deer mask. The 3 were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating He Fengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Fan Yuan chuckled. "Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the 2 of you first introduce yourselves?" He Fengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a gu immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender and not introducing themselves. "I am He Fengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path gu immortal from Crane Gate. I am Tsungyu, a rank 6 water path gu immortal from Crane Gate." The 2 immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become gu immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Fan Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, He Fengyang and Tsungyu decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although gu immortals were easy to defeat but hard to kill, He Fengyang had expand space immortal gu. He could destroy who immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Fan Yuan's background. If Fan Yuan had an immortal gu that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. "So it is brother He, Fairy Tsungyu." Fan Yuan's tone was very polite. "I am Fan Yuan, welcome to my blessed land." These words were somewhat piercing to He Fengyang and Tsungyu's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fengyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Fan Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name? Fan Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fengyang was in a disadvantageous position and did not dare to ask forcefully. "I wonder why the 2 of you have come?" Fan Yuan asked again. He Fengyang was silent. He cursed inwardly. What else can we come for? We are here to seize Who Immortal Blessed Land and Danghun Mountain. This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer. Fairy Tsangyu snorted coldly. Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today, the two of us admit defeat. After all, Your Excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere. These words made Fan Yuan take another look at Fairy Tsengyu. Shortly after, he smiled. Fairy is brave, I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the Gutsku on Danghun Mountain. That's right. He Fengyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim Who Immortal Blessed Land. It had completely failed. But at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Fan Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now, he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Fan Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell Guts Goo for a long time. What do you think of this goo? Saying so, a rank 3 goo worm flew out of his hand. The goo worm was in the hands of 6 goo immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang did not know what was going on. He was worried that Fan Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal goo. This rank 3 goo worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bull, its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb, it was translucent, there was no carapace on its back, and no wings. In this translucent stomach, there was a goo hidden. A goo within a goo? Fairy Tsangyu muttered. Evidently, this rank 3 mortal goo was a storage goo worm, specially used to store goo worms. This storage goo worm was very common, like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this goo worm in its stomach made He Fengyang's gaze seem to be glued to it. He stared fixedly at it. Next, his gaze wavered as he said, Inside, is it Guts Goo? Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Exactly! What? Fairy Tsengyu stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about Guts Goo, she knew one thing, Guts Goo could not leave Danghun Mountain. Once it left, it would vanish. Thus, previously, Fan Yuan was not willing to trade Guts Goo. Because if others wanted to use Guts Goo, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And allowing so many outsiders to enter Who Immortal Blessed Land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Fan Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Danghun Mountain. Because Guts Goo could not leave Danghun Mountain, controlling Danghun Mountain meant controlling Guts Goo. But now, the truth was in front of her, Guts Goo could actually be stored and left Danghun Mountain. Fairy Tsengyu immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped goo worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. This goo worm, what is it called? He Fengyang raised his head, looking at Fan Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Fan Yuan had not thought of a name yet. He casually thought about it and said, Sac Goo. He Fengyang was silent. In an instant, he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then, many goo immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now, the fruits of their efforts were in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once Guts Goo can leave Danghun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Fan Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Who Immortal Blessed Land, just to sell Guts Goo. Fan Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to, with our crane gate? He Fengyang was thinking, when Fan Yuan spoke. Since you two are so interested in my Guts Goo, why don't we do business in this aspect? Chapter 708. He Fengyang was moved by Fan Yuan's suggestion. When Fan Yuan activated the ambush, He Fengyang fell into a heavy encirclement. He had thought that this operation had failed completely. The best outcome was to use expand space immortal goo to break through the encirclement with heavy injuries. Even if he expended a lot of immortal essence in the process of escaping, he could not care less. After all, Red Date immortal essence was more important compared to his life. But back in Crane Gate, He Fengyang's days were not going to be good. Crane Gate had such high hopes for him. He had prepared for over a year, but he failed. If his rival Gu Immortal Lei Tan knew about this, he would probably come to his door excitedly and mock him. Second Supreme Elder would be extremely disappointed in him. He Fengyang would not be able to raise his head for years to come. This failure would be a stain on his life. He would only have a chance to be mocked and ridiculed by others. If he could trade Guts Gu with Fan Yuan, He Fengyang would be many times better than breaking out of the encirclement. He Fengyang thought. Gu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 Gu Immortals and 8 Desolate Beasts. Together with the terrain advantage, it is simply impregnable. Even any one of the 10 great ancient sects has the ability to attack it. But that is only the ability. They might not be able to mobilize enough Gu Immortal battle strength. Even if they can mobilize them to attack Gu Immortal Blessed Land and engage in a chaotic battle of Gu Immortals, the expenditure of immortal essence and other resources would be enormous. Even if they can mobilize their battle strength and have the courage to invest a large amount of resources, the other party is also a Gu Immortal, they can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if they attack Gu Immortal Blessed Land, their efforts would be in vain. In the outside world of Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals. They could challenge Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sections. This was because to deal with 3 Gu Immortals, the resources and manpower needed to be invested was so huge that Crane Gate had to consider it carefully. If they failed, not only would they lose their reputation, the huge losses could cause a commotion in the sect and indirectly lead to other problems. Gu Immortals were easy to defeat, but killing them was difficult. Who wouldn't have a trump card to escape from this predicament? If they failed, they would thoroughly offend the Gu Immortal. Provoking Gu Immortals to plot against mortals, Crane Gate had a huge business. He would probably have to put out fires everywhere. Now that Fan Yuan had displayed such power, it could be said that the Crane Gate faction had lost all hope of forcibly attacking. Unless a few ancient sects joined hands. But if they worked together, it also involved many aspects, such as the distribution of benefits. If He Fengyang agreed to cooperate with Fan Yuan and establish the trade of Guts Gu, then this would be the result. It was definitely not a complete failure. Because Crane Gate's main goal was to obtain Gu Immortal Blessed Land. It was the Guts Gu. Being able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least amount of effort was what the Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were most concerned about. Before this, Crane Gate had already requested Fan Yuan to open the transactions of Guts Gu. If I can establish a trade with them, I won't need to break out of the encirclement with heavy injuries. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have an explanation when I return to the sect. He Fengyang thought for a long time. Fan Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was very shrewd and expressionless. But thinking for a long time showed that he was moved. Thus, Fan Yuan continued, My Guts Gu, put them in jewel yellow skies, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 100. I will sell them to Crane Gate, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. However, in exchange, I need Crane Gate to recognize my Gu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's vassal force. And this vassal can leave at any time. With this vassal status, if the other 9 ancient sects wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, they would not be able to avoid Crane Gate. This was the rule of the righteous path. It was like Crane Gate was the boss and Gu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. Even if they wanted to beat up the lackey, they had to ask the boss first. He Fengyang smiled insincerely. Fan Yuan, you want to use my sect as your shield? With your strength, you can completely establish your own sect, can't you? No one is allowed to establish a sect on the Stairway Mountain. I don't want to leave Tianti Mountain, this precious land. Fan Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain was once connected to Celestial Court. Even Gu immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Crane Gate had not declared Fan Yuan to be a traitor of the sect, they would not have rashly attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land because of the righteous cause of cleansing the sect. Moreover, if Hu Immortal Blessed Land becomes Crane Gate's vassal, wouldn't it take care of your sect's reputation? Fan Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. This is an important matter. I cannot make the decision. I will have to personally report to the sect. Fan Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes personally. But Fairy Tsung, you will have to stay here as a guest for some time. He Fengyang and Tsung Yu glanced at each other. Fairy Tsung Yu said, Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return. I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded heavily at her, then looked deeply at Fan Yuan and the others. He wanted to engrave these people in the deepest part of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Fan Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. On Tianti Mountain, platinum light suddenly shone. Within the light, a vermilion-red gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall and had a 9-colored signboard. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered and rays of light formed a stairway of light. He Fengyang broke the door and entered, but when he came out, he went through the front door. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Gu immortals of the 9 great sects who were hiding nearby. They conversed. He came out. So fast? Did he not put up any resistance at all? When he Fengyang entered, he used expand space immortal Gu, but when he came out, he could already go through the front door. This is clearly a sign of success. Something is wrong. Look at his expression. There is no trace of true joy of victory, nor is there any trace of calmness. Even though they were puzzled, none of them directly showed up to ask. This was a secret confrontation between the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Directly confronting them would be a loss of face. He Fengyang had no time to care about their feelings. He only wanted to quickly return to Fei He Mountain. Report this matter. He flew rapidly and soon left Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang's brows were tightly furrowed. He was unwilling and puzzled. Fan Yuan's force. Where did they come from? Other than Fan Yuan, the other 3 Gu immortals are wearing masks and using Gu worms to block investigations. Why do they not want to expose themselves? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects? They don't want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain and take advantage of it. Thus, they secretly discussed with Fan Yuan beforehand? Just as he thought of this, He Fengyang rejected this thought. Paper could not conceal fire, secrets were temporary. The 9 great sects would not do this, it went against the style of large sections. Then maybe they are the alliance of Gu immortals from Central Continent's small sects? He Fengyang thought. Central Continent had many sects, other than the 10 great ancient sects that occupied the peak. There were also large sections. Medium-sized sects, small-sized sects, micro-sized sections. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were naturally Gu immortals as well. If it was really them, these Gu immortals had foundations in Central Continent, to prevent their foundations from being suppressed by the ancient sects or being split up by the ancient sects. It made sense that they did not want to expose themselves. Right. Fan Yuan has fixed immortal travel. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to pass through the regional walls. Every once in a while, they would need to place their immortal aperture in the immortal ascension region to absorb earth chi to stabilize the blessed land. But the other party has fixed immortal travel and can resolve these problems. He Fengyang's thoughts flashed. He quickly guessed the identities of Fan Yuan and the others. But he had too little evidence, he could not be sure. In short, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is very complicated. Before I investigate the details, I cannot act rashly. I suffered a huge loss this time. The root cause is that the enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. I suffered from a lack of information. He Fengyang concluded his experience. He suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Who is it? You dared to trap me here. He Fengyang raised his guard and shouted. You are very vigilant. A voice could be heard faintly, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was a hoarse male voice at the start, before turning into a clear female voice. Evidently, this person had used a goo worm to conceal his original voice. Two figures appeared, one in front and one at the back, sandwiching He Fengyang in the middle. What changed next was the whole sky. The clear and bright sky had turned gloomy and gloomy, with dense fog and vengeful spirits flying everywhere. This was a battlefield killer move. It could create a battle environment and amplify some goo worms. It was not something ordinary goo immortals could possess. I am Crane Gate Goo Immortal He Fengyang. You two are concealing your appearances. What is your intention? He Fengyang shouted again. The two goo immortals blocking him were covered in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. So what if it is Crane Gate? The mysterious goo immortal in front sneered. The goo immortal behind was even more direct. Kill them all! The moment he said that, the goo immortal who spoke attacked. His 5 fingers opened as thousands of gray-white threads shot out of his palm. The threads approached He Fengyang rapidly. He Fengyang's heart jumped. This was a mortal killer move used to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would not be easy to escape. He Fengyang quickly summoned his crane group. He had raised a vast number of flying cranes in his immortal aperture. He had never lacked troops. The crane group was a huge mass: iron beak flying cranes, pellet fire cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, stellar aurora cranes, and illusion lightning cranes were mixed together, but they were orderly, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, letting out a long cry as the surrounding fog was blown away. He Fengyang stepped on the 9 palace crane's back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning as his suppressed anger erupted. Do you really think I am easy to deal with? Today, I will let you taste the power of the feathered crane flying immortal. The threads flew over. The iron beak flying cranes flew out and blocked them with their bodies. Another mysterious goo immortal puffed up his cheeks, breathing out flames that soared to the sky. This flame was a pale green. It was even more powerful in this battlefield. The flying cranes fell to the ground from the fire. He Fengyang was not to be outdone. He activated an enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, breathing out lightning that gathered into a pillar that pierced through the battlefield. Another group of pellet fire cranes flew out, their bodies burning with flames. They only harmed the enemy but not themselves. The two groups of flying cranes charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals like two heavy punches. Bam bam bam. Chapter 709. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of ironbeak flying cranes had bodies that were black like iron. Their defense rose sharply. They did not fear death as they charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals. One of the mysterious goo immortals suddenly screeched. His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the surroundings. This was a sound path killer move. The ironbeak flying cranes formation fell into chaos as they screeched. The dense battle formation became sparse and showed many flaws. Go! The other mysterious goo immortal saw the chance and grabbed the other person's arm. The two turned into two lumps of gray-white fire, passing through the ironbeak flying crane's battle formation and attacking He Fengyang. Against enslavement path goo immortals, they could not fight too intensely with beast groups. The best tactic was to capture the leader first. He Fengyang saw the enemies approaching, but he did not panic. Instead, he smiled coldly. You fell for my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute goo and blew into it. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was the lord of myriad beasts. His clothes fluttered without wind. His eyes shined with divine light. Enslavement path killer move, 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of cranes moved upon hearing the sound, groups of hidden flying cranes revealed themselves and surrounded the two mysterious Gu immortals. He Fengyan had purposely left an empty space in the formation. It was a trap. He was waiting for the two enemies to fall into it. Now that the trap was in his hands, he did not stop. He played the flute loudly as 3 5-string zither Gu flew out of his body. The flute music was melodious. The zither music was clear and rapid. They turned into another enslavement path killer move. Formation like water. Countless cranes flew outwards, while countless cranes flew inwards. The entire battle formation was like precise gears moving together. It was huge but orderly. The cranes weaved in and out. The formation was like flowing water. The two mysterious Gu immortals were inside, looking at the dazzling changes of the cranes. They felt like they were beans in a millstone, about to be crushed. He Fengyan continued to blow his flute. He stood at the center of the beast group, standing proudly on the back of the desolate cranes as he looked at the cranes fighting with the two mysterious enemies. He thought, ever since they started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves, involving sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and so on. He did it on purpose because he didn't want to use his true methods to avoid exposing his identity. Gu Masters ascending to immortal. According to their foundation, as well as what Gu worms they used to detonate the immortal aperture, they were divided into different sections. There were Fire Path Gu Immortals, Wind Path Gu Immortals, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and others who had their own immortal bodies. The immortal body is when a Gu Master ascends to an immortal. They were transformed by the 3 Qi. The impurities were removed, and the essence of life was sublimated. The Wind Path immortal body had Wind Path Tao marks and laws, thus the effect of using Wind Path Gu worms was better. Fire Path immortal physique was cleansed by the great Tao of fire. It was closer to Fire Path. The effect of using Fire Path killer moves was extraordinary. For example, Fan Yuan. Although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a Strength Path Gu immortal. He had a Strength Path immortal body to begin with. When he used Gu worms and killer moves of other paths, the effect would be ordinary. The two mysterious Gu immortals who tried to kill He Fengyan did not use their true methods, thus they were suppressed by He Fengyan even though they were 2 against 1. How long are you two going to hide your identities for? If you don't use your true abilities, you will die here. He Fengyan snickered, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. The two mysterious Gu immortals breathed heavily. The crane group's attacks were like a torrential river. They were endless. The two immortals were tired from dealing with them. Just like He Fengyan said, if the two did not use their true methods, they would be killed. The two looked at each other and nodded. They had made up their minds. One sighed. As expected of a righteous sect. I have witnessed the reputation of the winged crane flying immortal today. The other said. But even if we do not use our true abilities, we can still kill you. He Fengyan, look around. He Fengyan's gaze quickly looked around. The battlefield that was shrouded in fog and filled with cries of pain finally changed. Dark blue soul beasts started to form in the thick mist. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased sharply. They were on par with He Fengyan's crane group. Don't tell me this is Soul Taker Battlefield? He Fengyan's heart jumped. He blurted out. He, winged crane flying immortal, you are really knowledgeable. The mysterious Gu immortal laughed. His voice was changing continuously. Sometimes it was a male voice, sometimes it was a female voice. He Fengyan's expression sank. This Soul Taker Battlefield killer move was infamous. It was very hard to deal with. The souls of living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming soul beasts that could be controlled by the killer move's owner. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move had an even greater origin. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the strongest killing nature when he was young. What was the origin of these two mysterious Gu immortals? They actually had the lost battlefield killer move Soul Taker. Once the soul beasts appeared, they immediately fought with the crane group. The battle situation changed abruptly. He Fengyan quickly commanded the crane group to change their formation, resisting the soul beasts' attacks. The pressure on the two mysterious goo immortals decreased. They charged out of the crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beast group was about the same as the crane group, but they could not defeat the crane group. 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill one flying crane. But He Fengyang became even more vigilant. The soul beasts were torn to pieces, but these pieces could condense into new soul beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. And when a flying crane died, its soul would be extracted by the battlefield, forming a soul beast that would become the enemy's army. No matter how high He Fengyang's cultivation level was, he could not be completely unscathed. Once there were casualties, the soul beasts would gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, He Fengyang's advantage would weaken. Eventually, the crane group would be exterminated by the soul beasts. He Fengyang, let me tell you, we purposely showed weakness earlier to stall for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has taken shape, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Feather Crane Flying Immortal, you will die here today. The two mysterious goo immortals arrived together. Wind Path Killer Move, Tornado Dragon Whip. The Wind Whip was 100 meters long. It whipped from afar, destroying countless flying cranes. Poison Path Killer Move, Myriad Bee Sting. Thousands of stings rained down like a torrential rain. The lid was pressed down. The poison was so strong that any flying crane that was stabbed died on the spot. Their bones and flesh melted instantly. The two mysterious goo immortals finally used their true methods. One was a Wind Path Goo Immortal, the other was a Poison Path Goo Immortal. The crane group was exterminated in large numbers. A large number of souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared, they had planned this out. I cannot stay here for long. He Fengyang saw this and immediately thought of retreating. Only a fool would stay in the Soul Taker battlefield. They would fight the enemy to the death. This Soul Taker battlefield is covered in fog, it is easy to lose one's sense of direction, it is hard to escape. But I have Expand Space Immortal Goo now. I need to escape. It should not be hard. He Fengyang thought of this, and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will formed into a muscular man. When He Fengyang left Fei He Mountain, he hid in his immortal aperture, and used goo worms to observe the outside world. He Fengyang's experiences along the way, from leaving Fei He Mountain to entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he was attacked by Fan Yuan and the rest, He Fengyang left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Then, he entered the Soul Taker battlefield and was attacked by two mysterious goo immortals. This will was very clear. He Fengyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move again to break out of the battlefield and leave this place. This will was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat cross-legged in the air as he opened his eyes expressionlessly. You know, every time I use Unravel Door, I expend 2 beads of red date immortal essence from my main body. He Fengyang quickly said, Junior understands, I will definitely compensate you when I return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded and did not speak. He grabbed 2 beads of red date immortal essence and threw them to Expand Space Immortal Goo. At the same time, a large number of mortal goo also flew up. After a moment of preparation, He Fengyang opened his palm and took out Expand Space Immortal Goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo was covered in a layer of yellow light. He Fengyang struck towards the left. The yellow light shot out and immediately destroyed the Soul Taker battlefield, creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He stored Expand Space Immortal Goo as the 9 palace crane below him screeched and flapped its wings, flying out of the Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Oh no! He actually has Expand Space Immortal Goo, he escaped. He Fengyang, don't run if you have the guts, let us fight for 300 rounds. 2 mysterious goo immortals shouted from behind him, they sounded quite anxious. He Fengyang laughed heartily, he was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap me. No matter who you are, I will remember the grudge of ambushing me today. Don't think I cannot find out who you are just because you concealed your appearances. You two use your true methods. When I return to the sect, I will investigate thoroughly. I don't believe I cannot find out who you are. No! Suddenly, Feng sensed something amiss. His expression changed. He had always been vigilant and calm. He restrained himself. Why was his mood soaring after leaving Soul Taker battlefield, as if he had won a battle? He had failed in taking over Who Immortal Blessed Land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. His mood should be heavy. Oh no! An intense sense of danger rose in his mind. Feng turned around in shock. He saw a Gu Immortal with a small body like a child, covered in a layer of dark light, holding a dagger-shaped Gu worm, flying behind him, less than 30 centimeters away. A third Gu Immortal! There was actually a third Gu Immortal lying in ambush. This was the true killer move, a plot within a plot. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng left Soul Taker battlefield and relaxed his mind. A fatal assassination was carried out. Feng was shocked and furious. He stared with bloodshot eyes. His anger was boiling. He did not retreat. Instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with this person. Dodge! The other party is an emotion path Gu Immortal. He can influence your emotions and interfere with your judgment. Inside the immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger was shouted anxiously. It's too late. The third Gu Immortal raised his dagger and lightly stabbed at Feng. The dagger-shaped Gu worm suddenly erupted with an intense immortal Gu aura. Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He was horrified. The other party had an offensive immortal Gu. Chapter 710. Seeing that the dagger immortal Gu was about to stab him, Feng's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? Feng could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast Nine Palace Crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way, Feng was sent flying, while the Nine Palace Crane stood in front of the Gu Immortal who was trying to assassinate him. Poochie! With a soft sound, the dagger immortal Gu stabbed into the Nine Palace Crane's chest. The third Gu Immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with Feng, he would be able to affect the Nine Palace Crane. After all, Feng was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He enslaved the Nine Palace Crane. If he was affected, the Nine Palace Crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with Feng, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this Nine Palace Crane would actually protect its master. Little Nine! Feng fell down. Seeing the Nine Palace Crane in trouble, he cried out in pain. His face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this Nine Palace Crane meticulously. He had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young, he went out on a mission and was chased down. His life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured Nine Palace Crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the Nine Palace Crane helped each other out of their predicament. The Nine Palace Crane was on the verge of death. Feng brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the Nine Palace Crane's life force. For the next few decades, Feng risked his life for it. He earned money. He saved the Nine Palace Crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane. They had a deep relationship. They were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 Gu Master Feng failed his mission. He was heavily injured. The resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane, he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, Feng thought for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, Feng and the Nine Palace Crane were saved. Afterwards, Feng lived up to expectations and became a Gu Immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The Nine Palace Crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal goo. The dagger-shaped immortal goo was actually a time path immortal goo. It could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the tiger demon let out a long sigh. Little Nine! He Fengyang roared, ignoring the tiger demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious goo immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier, he Fengyang could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path goo immortal. He Fengyang raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade green lightning. The mysterious goo immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it. At the same time, he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence He Fengyang's emotions. But He Fengyang was filled with anger. He could not be influenced. Boom! With an explosion, the mysterious goo immortal was sent flying. He Fengyang's body shook intensely. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young Nine Palace crane. Little Nine! He Fengyang hugged the Nine Palace crane, turning around and escaping. He had no intention of staying any longer. The Nine Palace crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. He Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path goo immortal was left far away. He could not catch up in this short while. The other two mysterious goo immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path goo immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path goo immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That jade lightning killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path goo immortal said. Humph, if not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him, we might be able to. The poison path goo immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space immortal goo, Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, we cannot stay here for long. The wind path goo immortal was very calm. That's right, this ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path goo immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other two mysterious goo immortals. He had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path goo immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. Humph! The poison path goo immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path goo immortal paused for a while, seeing that the two had left. His figure vanished in the air, as if he had never appeared. He Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Fei He Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rock men working in the pit. Junior was incompetent. I have failed Lord's trust. He Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask He Fengyang anything, he only waved his hand and that anger will flew out of He Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant, he understood everything that He Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Goo, producing another surge of Anger Will. The Anger Will flew into the sky, out of Fu Hu Blessed Land, flying towards the peak of Fei He Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the three wills that were left behind sensed something. These three wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the goo immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about He Fengyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elders will said, "The matter of who immortal blessed land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon." First Supreme Elders will continued, "He Phonyam was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than who immortal blessed land. Where did the culprit make the move?" Saying so, a goo worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. "Here." Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded, saying solemnly, "This location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back, this is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill goo immortals of our 10 great ancient sects?" Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily. "This is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these goo immortals came from?" Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these goo immortals are Central Continent goo immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will begin to speak. "That's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years, the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. With primordial origin Immortal Venerable as the leader, we had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts, they were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness, while sects prospered. Now, there are countless sects in Central Continent, there are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as goo masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of goo cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is the history of the struggle between these 2 systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of goo immortals in Central Continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many goo immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other Central Continent goo immortals is several times that of us. These small sects goo immortals, demonic path goo immortals, and lone cultivator goo immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable, because our 10 great sects control 80% of Central Continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. But these last years, new sects have been emerging, new ideologies and new paths are common, extraordinary geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and monstrous geniuses are constantly emerging among mortals, while our 10 great ancient sects have limited space. Even though we recruit talented people every year, Central Continent is simply too big. Saying this, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will subside. The 2 elders remained silent. The 10 great ancient sects controlled 80% of Central Continent's resources, but when it was distributed to each person, to each goo immortal, how much was left? The higher the goo immortals' cultivation level, the more resources they needed to manage their blessed land. Especially when the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were stronger, after each tribulation, there would be huge losses. They would need to invest more resources to recover and reach a higher level. The goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sects could not share their resources with others. In the past, even though there were many sects outside of the 10 great ancient sects, they did not have many goo immortals. There was a difference between mortals and mortals, there was a huge gap in battle strength between mortals and immortals, thus they could be suppressed. But now, there were more and more goo immortals outside of the 10 great ancient sects, even though these goo immortals did not have much battle strength, their huge numbers created a huge impact on the 10 great ancient sections. Chapter 7:11. Lord Tiger Demon continued. Our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What Third Elder said is the general trend of Zhongzhou State. However, the general trend is like this: how can it be changed? The will of the Second Supreme Elder sighed. Lord Tiger Demons will continued. The example of the great Heavenly Sword School is right before our eyes. The group of Gu Immortals and Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked Hefengyang today might also be a Gu Immortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The Second Supreme Elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked Hefengyang obviously did not want Hu Immortal Blessed Land to remain in the hands of Fan Yuan's side. If Hefengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gu Immortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground, people's hearts would waver, everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The 3 Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the central continent not understand this? In today's Zhongzhou State, his strength was expanding, but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon. Today, you use this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The First Supreme Elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Fan Yuan's condition, to admit that Hu Immortal Blessed Land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gu Immortal who killed Hefengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying? The will of the Second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly, Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you, this suggestion of yours was made by Combat Immortal Sex Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the Celestial Court to intervene. Organize the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. Oh, that immortal Monkey King? That's right, even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the Celestial Court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter, it involves countless benefits. Only the Celestial Court can convince the masses and lead us to victory. The Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But the Celestial Court rejected this suggestion. They even warned our 10 great ancient sects not to target the other sects or lone cultivator Gu Immortals. We cannot kill them casually, those who disobey will be punished. The First Supreme Elders will said. What? The Tiger Demon's anger will exclaimed in shock. Why don't I know about this? The Second Supreme Elder also mumbled. The First Supreme Elder heaved a long sigh, looking at the sky. The meaning of the Celestial Court is providence. Providence cannot be violated, providence cannot be measured. Hefengyang arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Fan Yuan and Fairy Tsangyu were walking on Danghun Mountain, observing the growth of Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing far away, looking at Fairy Tsangyu. As for that blue charm Lightning Shadow, it was surrounded by 8 desolate beasts. Every once in a while, a desolate beast would attack it, using a rotation tactic. "Brother, he is a bit slow." Fan Yuan looked at He Fengyang and said with a light tone. He Fengyang first looked at Fairy Tsungyu, seeing her nod, implying that she was unharmed. He turned to Fan Yuan and said, "My sect has already agreed to recognize your sect as our vassal. The vassal relationship is indefinite, you can leave at any time. At the same time, we will establish the Gutsgu trade. The price is 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Gutsgu. This is the rank 6 immortal Gu promise." Immortal Gu promise was also an information path Gu worm. It had similar effects to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Vow Gu. Immediately, He Fengyang activated the immortal Gu and made the promise. When it was Fan Yuan's turn, he received the immortal Gu and inspected it, expending green grape immortal essence to make the promise. The promise was like a lump of gold. The two sides exchanged it as a guarantee. Fairy Tsengyu finally let out a sigh of relief. The trade was established. She was finally safe. Fan Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. His painstaking plan had finally succeeded. Fighting to the death with Crane Gate was definitely not a good idea. Crane Gate was a huge force. If they were truly angered, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be lost. Fan Yuan's finances would not be able to support a Gu Immortal level battle. But He Fengyang's next words made his heart jump. "On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals. My life was hanging by a thread. The other party was clearly trying to frame your sect. My sect is currently investigating. I wonder if your sect has offended any force?" "What? In Central Continent there are Gu Immortals who dare to kill Gu Immortals of the 10 great sects?" Fan Yuan did not conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered that such a situation would only happen after the 5 regions' chaotic war had lasted for a period of time. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war. People would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless. The 10 great sects Gu Immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed. There were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu Immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Fan Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Tianti Mountains Hu Immortal Blessed Land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Fan Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in jewel yellow skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to He Fengyang. Thus, he shook his head. "I occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land and do not leave. How can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us. Maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention?" He Fengyang did not obtain any information. He was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Fan Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns. Fan Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu did not stay for long. Fan Yuan opened the door of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He sent them out. Fan Yuan stood at the door, bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu Immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. "What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie?" He Fengyang and Fairy Tsungyu came in high spirits. But when they came out, their expressions were not good. "It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down?" "That's not possible." The Gu Immortals were confused. They made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source. They were the overlords of Central Continent. These years, there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an open one. The disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Fan Yuan took advantage of it. Now, it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them, or he would lose face. The Gu Immortals did not know what had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were all hesitant. Fan Yuan closed the door. He Lulan and Fairy Tsangshan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Fan Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time, you cooperated with Crane Gate. It could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Tsengshan praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate, it is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Air Sac Gu, we need the strength chi of He Lolan's strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40%, and we will get 60%. Fairy Tsengshan heard this and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Fan Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Dang Hun Mountain. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Tsengshan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fan Yuan deeply, saying, "To think that Fan Yuan had such a method, you could actually think of Air Sac Gu. To refine rank 3 Air Sac Gu, you need rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. This Gu recipe is quite special." Among them, Wisdom Gu naturally played a part. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained Wisdom Gu, he had been thinking about whether he could extract Guts Gu with the help of unlimited inspiration. He succeeded this time because he accidentally heard from Tai Bai Yinxing that He Lulan had strength Chi Immortal Gu. Only immortal level strength could envelop Guts Gu and allow it to leave Dang Hun Mountain unscathed. Fan Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we need a large number of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you for this. Northern Plains is warlike, there are frequent battles, beast groups and tribes move around, souls are a common thing, we can easily collect them. We will go back and deal with them. He Lulan was swift and decisive. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her need for resources was huge, especially the lack of immortal Yuan stone. She could not rely on Fairy Tsengshan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Tsengshan nodded in agreement. That's right, Dang Hun Mountain does not have many requirements for souls. We can purchase them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and other forces. It will be more expensive than collecting them ourselves, but the price is still acceptable. We can save a lot of trouble. Fan Yuan waved his hand. Wait, don't be anxious, follow me first, we will go and suppress a Gu Immortal. This Immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Oh? Who? Tai Bai Yinxing asked. Chapter 7:12. Fan Yuan smiled mysteriously. This Immortal is right in front of you, follow me. Under Fan Yuan's lead, everyone arrived in front of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Right now, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was fighting with the Iron Crown Eagle in the sky. The petite blue shadow was clashing with the huge body of the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle. They were evenly matched. He Lulan was even more confused. The Gu Immortal you are talking about, is it the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow? Fan Yuan smiled without speaking. Tai Bai Yinxing's eyes shined with bright light. Now that you mention it, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is indeed strange. That's right. Fairy Li Shan also showed a vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Its main target is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Fan Yuan. But it is fighting with these desolate beasts without showing any signs of attacking. He Lulan continued. No wonder I felt it was strange. Earlier, when the desolate beast's ambush was exposed, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow seemed to be startled and stopped roaring. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is strange, it might not have a proper origin. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, saying, There was nothing wrong with the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow earlier, but after I chased it out of the Blessed Land, a Lightning Path Gu Immortal captured it and refined it into a clone killer move. Next, when Crane Gate attacked my Blessed Land, this Gu Immortal took the chance to use the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow to barge in. His motive was to take advantage of the situation. If Crane Gate failed, this Gu Immortal would be able to act as the representative of his sect and strike first. Is my analysis correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend? How do you know it is me, vicious lightning fiend? The blue charm lightning shadow could not keep up the act. It abandoned the Iron Crown Eagle and flew towards Fan Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased after it. Fan Yuan waved his hand, the eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They both knew that Myriad Dragon Doc was the same as Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, they did not know who exactly the vicious lightning fiend was. Only Tai Bai Yinxing's eyes shined with bright light. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, with Fan Yuan's introduction and the information he had gathered, he knew a lot of information about Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and once fought to a draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal. However, he had gone into seclusion several years ago. In recent years, it hasn't appeared in Zhongzhou State, Tai Bai Yinxing said. A draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze flashed. He Lulan, on the other hand, snorted arrogantly. The blue charm film scanned the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Fan Yuan. Who are you people? This immortal killer move of mine was the result of my many years of seclusion, thinking hard on how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a blue charm film on Tianti Mountain, but it refused to leave. Thus, I secretly made a move and captured the blue charm film. Several months ago, my immortal killer move was truly perfected and I was able to use the blue charm film for my own use. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually have such detailed information. Speak, who are you people? Fan Yuan snorted coldly, saying in an unfriendly tone. Vicious lightning fiend, you have a bad reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You must have paid a huge price to refine the blue charm film into your clone. I am not in a good mood, you need to be careful, otherwise I might kill your blue charm film in a fit of anger. What can you do to me then? The blue charm film immediately roared in anger, showing its violent nature. You dare! I am a Gu Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue being arrogant. Occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land is only temporary. Once your identities are exposed, our 10 great ancient sects will take care of you lone and demonic cultivators. Oh? Is that so? Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with a sinister light. You saw our previous transaction. We are already a vassal of Crane Gate. Both of us have made a promise. Even if your entire Myriad Dragon Doc wants to touch me, they will have to go through Crane Gate first. Right, earlier, when He Fengyan was attacked by Crane Gate, don't tell me the mastermind was you, your Myriad Dragon Doc? Bullshit. Our 10 great ancient sects are like brothers, even if we fight openly and covertly. How can we be like you lone and demonic cultivators with no bottom line? The blue charm film was furious. Fan Yuan did not speak, his gaze drifted towards He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character like him. She immediately cooperated with him, pretending to have a sudden realization. Fan Yuan, you are right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu, these are huge benefits. If we assassinate He Fengyan, Crane Gate will attack us. At that time, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to profit from our misfortune. Bullshit. Bullshit. How can I be such a despicable person? The blue charm film's anger soared to the sky. It shouted continuously. He Lulan laughed sinisterly. But the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. He Fengyan attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How could the outside world know what happened inside? Why did He Fengyan get assassinated the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? You must have acted as a spy and used some method to inform the main body, then the main body set up the ambush. He Lulan displayed her dark thoughts to the fullest. Her words stunned even the blue charm lightning shadow. But soon, it reacted and retorted furiously. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a world of its own. Unless I have an immortal killer move, I cannot communicate with the main body in the outside world. But when I use an immortal killer move, there is such an intense fluctuation, how could you not sense it? But there was a moment when Who Immortal Blessed Land opened its door this way, it became one with the outside world. At that moment, you took the chance to communicate with the main body. He Lulan immediately said. Get lost. Bullshit. I am a righteous person, how could I be that kind of person? No, I almost got confused by you. He Fengyang getting ambushed, what does that have to do with me, the Blue Charm Film's information? Even if the other party does not know what happened in Who Immortal Blessed Land, they can still plot against He Fengyang. There is no relationship between the two. The Blue Charm Film shouted. He Lulan said sinisterly, we don't care whether there is a relationship or not. We will tell this information to Crane Gate, explain it to Crane Gate. Go ahead, I am a righteous person, why would I be afraid of these malicious words? The Blue Charm Film tried to maintain its composure. At this time, Tai Baiyunxing spoke. Oh. I remember, didn't Great Heavenly Sword Sect's plan appear in Crane Gate's territory recently? There are rumors that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter. I know. If we kill He Fengyang, Crane Gate's main focus will be on attacking our blessed land. This way, Great Heavenly Sword Sect will have an easier time. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect joined Myriad Dragon Dock and became their vassal, then Immortal Crane Sect's northwest territory would be rightfully annexed by Myriad Dragon Dock. At that time, even if Crane Gate takes down Who Immortal Blessed Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. By then, it will be too late to deal with Myriad Dragon Dock's matter, and they will not have the strength to do so. Tai Baiyunxing's words not only stunned the Blue Charm Film, even Fan Yuan was shocked. Even though Tai Baiyunxing was a good person and had a kind nature, he was a shrewd old fox, his words were like a stab to vicious lightning fiend's weakness. The Blue Charm Film finally fell silent. After more than 10 breaths of time, it spoke. Damn it, you sinister scum, you can even turn the dead into the living, you can even turn white into black. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to release this shadow clone of mine? He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing did not speak, they looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, demanding, Vicious lightning fiend, I am very interested in your immortal killer move that can refine the Blue Charm Film into a clone. Why don't you teach it to me? Bullshit. This is a trump card that I, your father, had painstakingly cultivated in seclusion for 4 years and finally comprehended with great difficulty. You want to snatch away my hard work with just a few words. Keep dreaming. Even if I have to destroy this shadow clone, I will not let you succeed. The Blue Charm Film was furious, rejecting him. But Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, he knew Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled, saying slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, this immortal killer move of yours is just a hastily created creation, the success rate is definitely not high. The Blue Charm Film has rank 6 battle strength, if you give it up like this, won't you feel heartache? How about this, I will take a step back. I don't want your immortal killer move, I only want your blood deity remnant recipe. The Blue Charm Film's expression sank. How do you know I have blood deity remnant recipe? There are only a few Gu immortals in Myriad Dragon Dock who know this secret. Humph, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, even if few people know about it. Don't tell me I don't have Gu worms to deduce it. Fan Yuan showed an unfathomable attitude. Good, very good. I am even more interested in your true identities now. Humph, I admit defeat this time. The Blue Charm Film gritted its teeth as it agreed. We will transact through jewel yellow skies. Fan Yuan said. No, the transaction with jewel yellow skies will expose the Blue Charm Film clone. My immortal killer move will be exposed in advance. The Blue Charm Film rejected him. Fan Yuan sneered. Vicious lightning fiend, don't think I don't know. After coming out of closed cultivation, you are going to travel the world and imitate sword immortal Bo Qing, challenging experts from all over the world to test your sword skills. Your first target should be immortal Liao Mao. You really know a lot. The Blue Charm Film's tone was cold, but its heart was shaken. The other party's information was too detailed, it felt very passive. Fan Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to open connecting Heaven Gu and connect to Jewel Yellow Skies, contacting Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two sides negotiated, Fan Yuan sent the Blue Charm film in as merchandise. Immediately, Treasure Light soared to the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, causing countless Gu Immortals to gasp in shock. Rascal, quickly transact? Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense shouted. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are being unreasonable. The Blood Deity Remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. Are you trying to take advantage of my ignorance? You actually took out a 40% remnant recipe? Fan Yuan replied slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% Blood Deity remnant recipe? I am not in a hurry. The longer the Blue Charm film is exposed, the more people will know about it. Fan Yuan said leisurely. Vicious Lightning Fiend almost coughed blood from anger. Lad, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a wisdom path Gu Immortal backing you and can deduce things. I will remember you, just you wait. Saying so, he still took out the 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe. Such a high completion Immortal Gu Remnant recipe actually appeared. Since when can the Calamity Blue Charm film be transacted? The Gu Immortals who were fortunate enough to see this transaction fell into deep shock. Fan Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. The two quickly completed the transaction. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fan Yuan kept the Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, sighing inwardly. I had schemed so hard in my previous life but failed to obtain it. To think that it would be in my hands in this life. 70% Blood Deity Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, combined with my previous life's accumulations, and with the help of Wisdom Gu, I should be able to truly complete the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. He thought of Vicious Lightning Fiend. This expert had a fiery and vicious personality. He had reached rank 7 in his previous life and had immense battle strength. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength experts like the Blue Charm film. After Feng Jioge died, he fought with Immortal Monkey King Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights in order to obtain the number 1 rank 7 battle strength expert, but he lost in the end. The first thing Fan Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life was the Immortal Gu Blood Deity. He had once schemed to snatch the Immortal Gu Remnant recipe from Vicious Lightning Fiend, but his plan failed and he escaped with heavy injuries. Chapter 713. In Central Continent Time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Crane Gate announced, Fan Yuan is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a vassal force of Crane Gate, and can leave at any time. This shocking news was like a boulder being thrown into a lake. It immediately caused ripples. At once, Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was shocked. Earlier, Crane Gate had publicly announced that Fan Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would be punished. This kind of thing often happened in Central Continent. Many Gu masters, after obtaining fortuitous encounters, were unwilling to have their gains split by the sect, or because they were recruited by other sects, would choose to betray their original sect. The cohesiveness of a sect was indeed weaker than a clan system that was united by bloodline. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the strongest cohesiveness. But it was not unheard of for traitors to appear in ancient sections. In the past, Guyue's generation had obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Crane Gate, going to southern border and concealing his identity. In recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed the sect. He had matured in battle and was now a rank 7 Gu Immortal, known as Blood Dragon, a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, Fan Yuan's betrayal of Crane Gate as a rank 5 Gu Master was only a small piece of news. But now, Immortal Crane Sect sent a huge commotion to attack Fan Yuan, and out of everyone's expectations, they got such a result. At once, many people who had thought that Fan Yuan was courting death heard this news and were dumbfounded. Next, even more insider information spread from Crane Gate, Vicious Lightning Fiend, as well as Fan Yuan himself. The legendary Danghun Mountain, the enormous strength of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the rise of a mysterious force. Vicious lightning fiends, immortal killer moves all became eye-catching highlights. And among them, the most eye-catching was the trade of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could actually leave Dang Hun Mountain and be traded. The huge benefits contained in this piece of information tempted the various forces. Gu immortals finally understood why Crane Gate made such an announcement. It was because of the huge profits. For Guts Gu, giving up some reputation was nothing. Moreover, Fan Yuan had admitted that he was a subordinate of the Crane Gate, which could be considered as giving face to this ancient sect. The other 9 great ancient sects scolded the Crane Gate for being shameless. At the same time, they contacted Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan's Guts Gu had not officially started selling, but he had already received a large number of information path Gu worms, and they were still not ending. Regardless of the size of the forces, Fan Yuan replied to them one by one. He had to familiarize himself with them first. Take this as an opportunity. Fan Yuan finally stepped onto the stage of Zhongzhou State. As an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes. A few days later, He Lulan delivered the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were wild beast souls. Fan Yuan threw everything into Dang Hun Mountain, Hu Immortal Land's spirit released all of Dang Hun Mountain's power. These souls were shattered into pieces, and countless soul essences scattered on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. They gradually condensed into Guts Gu. Letting the Guts Gu grow on this side, Fan Yuan started his preparations on the other side. He ordered all the hairy men under him to refine basic Gu worms. For 7 days and 7 nights, he worked in 3 shifts, refining large numbers of Gu worms. He also ordered the Rockman tribe to send manpower to build a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls had already disappeared. Large numbers of Guts Gu were born on Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls to Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Fan Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, looking at the huge object below, feeling astonished at Fan Yuan's great work. This stone nest was several hundred square meters in size. It was dug to a depth of over 100 meters. Outside the stone nest, there was a circular hole. It was man-made. It was straight up and down. The circular hole was 1 li in diameter, and at least 3 li deep. It was like a long cup. At the center of the circular hole, there was a thick and huge stone pillar. The stone pillar had a radius of 150 meters. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular hole were not connected. There was a gap of 450 meters between them. There was even a space left behind. The stone pillar was like an anthill. The structure inside was complex. It extended in all directions. Be it the outer walls of the stone pillar or the inside of the circular hole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an old hairy man. They were all equipped with basic Gu refinement tools and materials. Fairy Lulan, please. Fan Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, standing at the center. He Lulan continued to use investigative Gu worms and found that be it this stone pillar or the hole in the pillar, there were many Gu worms arranged at intervals of distance. These arrangements were very complex. He Lulan was dazzled by them. She could only sense that these Gu worms were not arranged randomly. They were all connected and affected each other. There was a deep meaning behind them. Don't tell me. Just as He Lulan was guessing, Fan Yuan spoke. Fairy, I have finished my preparations. We are just waiting for Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Oh? Please advise me. Fairy, you only need to activate Strength Chi Immortal Gu and let your strength spread out freely. Fan Yuan said. He Lulan acted according to his words. The grand strength Chi gathered into air currents that spread everywhere. The strength Chi became denser. It gradually turned into a fog that spread out and covered the entire stone nest. Countless mortal Gu were activated in the stone nest. They shined with all sorts of lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined efforts of these Gu worms, the strength Chi that was like a sea of fog was drawn out bit by bit. After a few breaths of time, all of the strength Chi filled the space between the stone pillar and the circular hole. More than 10 breaths of time later, this strength chi continued to move, forming a whirlwind that moved around the stone pillar. Gu refinement begin. Fan Yuan gave the order. The hairy men in the room were ready to go. They opened their eyes and started to refine gu worms. Whenever they needed strength chi as gu refinement materials, the rapidly moving strength chi outside the room would enter the gu. This scene made He Lulan praise. Fan Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine gu at the same time. It is truly a wondrous idea. Fan Yuan smiled. Didn't I tell you that I am also a gu refinement master? The truth was, this stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to gu masters and gu worms. All the large forces needed to replenish their gu worms. They gradually created this stone nest that could hold many gu masters and refine gu together. I named it Fan Yuan's Stone Nest. It is a place to refine mortal gu in large numbers. I will refine air sac gu. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the 3rd level. This way, the hairy men will focus on one step. Not only will the gu recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the gu refinement. Fan Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise. This is the best way to refine mortal gu in large numbers. To a certain extent, it can even lower the standards of the gu refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement. You only need to control the materials. There are also some gu recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, air sac gu does not need to do that, Fan Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. I was worried that the air sac gu would be too few. It would affect the sales of guts gu. After all, each air sac gu can only store 1 guts gu. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These guts gu. How do you intend to sell them? Fan Yuan already had a plan. I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole earth gu. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole earth gu to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies. You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent? No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects. Our identity and status are already very sensitive. We do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain. We only need to quietly earn some profits. He Lulan heard this and nodded. This time, she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of guts gu had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fan Yuan obtained 43 Immortal Yuan stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the second batch of guts gu was sold. Fan Yuan's Immortal Yuan stones storage increased to 46. The third batch of guts gu earned 47. The market feedback was very good. The demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive. Often, they would be sold out in a day or 2. Guts gu was once a treasure that even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revered. Its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. In fact, not only Soul Path gu masters needed it, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path and other related paths also needed the foundation of the soul. When a gu master ascends to gu immortal, the soul was also an important factor in the density of human qi. No one would complain that their soul was too strong. Fan Yuan started to experience the benefits of monopolizing a business. He could control the market and the situation. He could sell to whoever he wanted, he could sell as much as he wanted. But he did not raise the price carelessly, because guts gu was not the only method to strengthen the soul. If the price was too high, others would use their original methods instead. This way, Fan Yuan's profits would fall instead. After the 3 batches of Guts Goo were sold, Fan Yuan had over 100 immortal Yuan stones in his possession. He started to purchase large numbers of hairy men and excavate more rooms in the stone nests, increasing the scale of production. The more hairy men there were, the higher the proficiency in Goo refinement, causing Fan Yuan's profits to increase with each batch of Guts Goo sold. 5 months later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his profits finally stabilized. With each batch of Guts Goo, he could earn 48 immortal Yuan stones in profit. This was a genuine windfall profit. What was even more terrifying was that Guts Goo was a one-time consumable goo. It was gone once used, and the market's demand was endless. He Lulan and Fairy Lishan started to feel like they were burdens. Because they were in charge of collecting souls. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.